All right, everyone. Thank you for coming out to our 1 year anniversary. Thank you. Of the human narrative. Um, so, I love telling this story, and I always tell it at the beginning. I am Robbie Rapole. I own this shop, Rat Inc. I have this friend, Chad Talley. He's annoying. He comes to me with ideas and says, "Let's do this idea," and I'm like, "Fuck, man, I don't want to do that idea. All right, let's do that idea." So we did the idea, the human narrative. The first one we did was fear. Well, that was before we just whittled it down into one word, so it was facing fear. But the concept was fear, and there's a lot of that in throwing an event. You guys know that. You know that. Like anyone that's ever thrown an event, been a part of it, and fucking planned a birthday party, shit's stressful. Um, so it's been a really wild year of doing this, getting over the imposter syndrome, looking the idea dead in the face, holding its hand and saying, "Thank you, let's do this shit," rather than being afraid and running away. So I'm afraid and I do it any fucking way. And that's the whole thing of the night. Every single one of you in here gets the opportunity to be scared and fucking do it anyway. Because at the end of everyone speaking, our regulars, we open the floor to anyone who has something to say. So that's what this night has turned into. And it started as a real crazy wild shit show. My gratitude alarm is going off. Everyone, gratitude, grounding, mindful breath. That fucking alarm goes off at the best times. um, so at the end of the night, well, at the end of our regular speakers, everyone gets the chance to speak. The whole concept is most people are fucking terrified to get up and speak. Well, shut your fears the fuck up and get up anyway. And it's a beautiful thing when I watch that happen. Zach goes through it every single time. So tonight, I told him, Zach, you don't have the option of not speaking. You're fucking speaking. He's like, yeah, I know. And then tells me a story about how he almost quit. Because, like, and, you know, I was just on a podcast recently, and that was one of the things I talked about. Like, I canceled the trip, you know, 50 times before I even go on the fucking trip. So, like, you got to stop canceling things before they happen, or just keep canceling them but keep starting again. So if you have something to say tonight, I urge you to say it. I'm a really strong intuitive empath, so I will feel it if people have some shit to say and don't get up and speak. I probably will call you out at some point in time because I'm getting pretty good at that. So if you got some shit to say, make it easier and just fucking sacrifice yourself so I don't got to make this weird, awkward thing where I call you out. But as our usual thing, Chad Talley is going to be our first speaker. And I want to say a little bit about Chad before, because Chad is someone I've known probably longer than anyone in this room. And man, what a weird ride we've been on over the past 20 plus years, right? And so Chad has been somebody who quietly pushes me into things. That's why I say he's annoying, because he's very introverted and he holds to himself. And then when he speaks, like, you know, he's trying to fucking say something, so you got to listen, right? So, like, he's always forcing me, like, with the Rad Movement stuff. I was terrified to put out the videos. He put them together for me, and he's like, "Why haven't you posted any of this shit?" I'm like, I don't know. I'm afraid what they're gonna say. So Chad has always been there for the past 10 plus years now, kind of telling me, "Hey, man, do the weird things that you want to do," and then he, like, quietly supports me from the sidelines in whatever way he can. And that's beautiful and that's brilliant, and, like, opening me up to the world of, you know, what OCD is actually like, rather than the concepts that we think it is like. And he has spoken on a lot of the OCD things. And every time he speaks, I get a message, or he gets a message, or we both get a bunch of messages, people saying, like, "I can't fucking believe that. That's so great. Thank you for sharing," because I didn't realize that's where I was, or I felt alone. So Chad is a beautiful human, and he brings this shit together. I'm just a talking head, right? I'm a good dancing monkey, but he makes sure that the things keep happening. So he's a very integral part of the human narrative. He was a part of getting the Rad Movement off the ground. And that reminds me, please silence your cell phones. And somebody kill the lights in there, please. But yeah, so our first speaker of the night always is Mr. Chad Talley. Bring it up for Chad Talley. Oh yeah, and the topic tonight is love.
Thank everybody for being here. It's been a crazy year. Like, this is the biggest crowd I think we've ever had. Love. It can be a lot of things, and then I stopped writing things down, so I have bullet points in my head. So if I go back and forth, don't mind me. So my earliest memory of trying to grasp what love is, I remember I was like 5 or 6 and laying in bed. My mom had come to tuck me in, and I remember asking her, you know, because she said, "I love you," and I said, "Well, what is love?" And she tried to explain it to me, and then I came back with, "Well, then I don't know if I love you, or I don't know what I love." And thinking about that, because we picked this topic because, you know, it's love. It's like everything that the Rad Movement's about, everything that Rad Inc. is about, and I figured it was appropriate for our 1 year anniversary. But thinking about that, I hurt myself, because I was like, if Cora had ever said that to me, I'd probably break. But me and her had a rocky relationship after, like, forever. She would do things, we wouldn't talk to each other for long periods of time, but, you know, the love was there. And then when we didn't live together, we were great. we used to go to stores with my sister and then just cause mayhem. We went to the airport to pick one of our friends up, and I remember there was this one guy just sitting looking at the departures board, And me and my mom walk up. My sister walks up to him and just stands there with her hands on her hips and goes, I don't see it either. And he goes, oh, you looking for a flight? She goes, no. And the guy started going off on her. We go, we got to get out of here before we get kicked out. But yes, yeah, so love can be a lot of things. It can be between people. It can be a love for a hobby, a love for a place. Like a place that I love is, I used to live in Germany, so Fernheim, Germany, downtown pedestrian area, especially at festival time. I fucking love that. I actually have a friend that's over there now. From here, she's on vacation over there, and she's sending me pictures of all the food because I'm saying, okay, I need a picture of this. I need a picture of this. And I go to a local bakery. They used to be everywhere. And then I'm thinking back, I'm like, that's fucking 20 years ago. I feel old. But yeah, and like my wife over there. It's a beautiful smile. But yeah, with people, it's, for me, I click with certain people like instantly, and there's like automatically a love there. When I click with somebody, I'm an introvert. When I click with somebody, that's special. Like Abel, I clicked with Abel, and he's been fantastic, and especially with Megan, and they like clicked right away. Like I clicked pretty fast with Kiki back there. I'd say me and you didn't click right away. I was the weird shop kid that would just hang out in the corner.
And I was mean. I was a bully.
That was back at Ink Doctors.
Yeah.
Mean and drinking. Yeah. But it's a long, winding road. We're good now.
Yeah. Very winding road.
Like when I first met Megan, I ignored her. I used to work at Spencer's, and she worked at a kiosk in the mall, and her friend kind of liked me a little bit, and she worked at the cookie place, at the little kiosk. So I would go there on my breaks and exploit that and get a free cookie and soda and go back to work. So Megan was sitting there talking to her friend, and I walk up for the cookie and the soda, and she's just looking at me like, says hi. I just grab my shit and go back to the store. So she's like, what a dick. And then we clicked on, like, it was fucking like OkCupid, but we both worked at, so we've seen each other before, but we like clicked on like OkCupid or something, and like her first text to me was her yelling at me, because I was like, you're not at your kiosk, and she's like, all caps and exclamation marks, is, I'll be right there. Like, okay. But yeah, love, I mean, it can be anything and everything. It can be complicated, like with me and my mom, she's passed, and it's hard to not, she was the person that I would call whenever I would have an OCD breakdown or when I would have an OCD flare-up. She was my go-to person, and I don't have that. I have an urn to look at now, but I'm better equipped to handle my OCDs now. And Megan has become my person that I go to. But yeah, and speaking of OCD, I actually got accepted to volunteer at the OCD conference here next week. So I'll be at the OCD conference. So, and another thing that I love is mental health advocacy. Just putting myself out there, and regardless of the comments, I did a video with To Write Love on Her Arms, and they made it an ad, and because I saw a bunch of people sharing it, and like, okay, why are they now sharing it now? It came out like 2 months ago, and I went to their page, and it's not there. And because I know Facebook ads and how they work, I was able to see that it was an ad. It says it doesn't show up on their page. It pops up in Messenger and on people's feeds as a sponsored post. And I hit comments, which I had told you initially never read the comments.
I know that. Every one of us knows that. Ooh.
Yeah. So I clicked comments, and I wasn't like mad. I was more like disappointed with some of the comments, because the whole video was just me explaining, anxiety, my OCD, and if you need help, get help. If it doesn't make you less of a man, if you need it, get it. And some of the comments were like, oh, I take all my anxiety, press it down to 2 balls. I'm like, you're exactly who I'm talking to in this video.
I need to cry about it.
Or people try to turn it political. Like, look at him, he's a freak. I bet I know who he's voting for. I'm like, I don't like either of them. But yeah, that's my little short spiel on love. I do have a video. Cora, she had spoken that one time, the little fortune cookie story. Um, she is at her papaw's house with her cousin, and she recorded a video for me to play. So I'll play that for you now. That's another little fortune cookie story. Give me 1 second. No, stop it. I'm going to try and put up to the microphone so y'all can hear it.
Love is like when people really, really, really like you and they just do. They love you. Love is that for that reason. I love everybody in my family and all my friends and basically mostly everybody. I love my pets, my friends, my family. I love every one of you that are watching this too.
Isn't she fucking adorable? So I mean that's about all I have on love, and I love all, again, like she said, I love all of you that came out here tonight because you're the ones that make this thing possible, especially with this huge crowd this is the biggest we've ever had. I'm very glad that Donna's here because it was very different not having her commentary in the back. Like you'll be sitting up here talking, you get a random "fuck yeah" from back in the corner. But that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so that was fucking adorable. But I just want to like comment on how cool it is to watch you like go from holding the microphone and like the first human narrative, Zen's in the other room fucking screaming and shit. You got the one crazy lady yelling at Zen because he won't shut up and we can't hear. And now like, man, it's just so cool to see like how you've just gotten more confident in yourself to speak out in this thing. You've got such a great story to tell and so much love to give. So it's good to see you like reaching inside and like finding confidence to share yourself with people. And I fucking love it, man. So, and you have to remember, without you, this wouldn't be possible. So, Donna wants me to tell you guys about some events we have coming up. August 10th and 11th at the Tattoo Shop from 1 to 8. Okay. We're going to be doing a school supply drive. So come in with school supplies. We'll give you the equivalent in tattoo for the school supplies you bring or piercings. Or just bring cash and we're going to go buy school supplies. Then on Sunday, we just have a line set up for our community to come and grab school supplies that they need for their kids. And then all the leftovers we donate to local schools and teachers that are in our community. And then so also the following month, September 21st, is my favorite event of the year, Free Love Day. And Free Love Day, if you don't know what it is the day where we give away free tattoos, a minimum of 50, usually closer to 100. And the only thing we charge you is to go pay it forward. So with that, we also have a concert on the back porch of local musicians that, we're just trying to get people heard. So that's a really cool thing. Not me, bro. No, I thought Alexa started playing some music. But yeah, so September 21st, Free Love Day. August 10th is the day we do the tattoos for the school supplies. And August 11th is the day that we give away the school supplies. So mark those down in your calendar for all you in here and all you in there. For those of you who don't know, this is being live streamed. So if that scares you, good, get the fuck up and do it. It is going on the Rad Movement YouTube channel. And it sits there and stays there and lives there and people can watch it. So... and we have a Patreon channel. It sits on the Patreon as well. And we will be adding more specific content to Patreon only. So, what's the Patreon? The Human Narrative? The Human Narrative Patreon. So, you can go watch this on the YouTube, on the Rad Movement, or you can join the Patreon for extra shit. So, extra shit's always cool. It's what, $5 a month? Cool. So, I am looking around the room, and I know my next one is going to be my man, Zach Williams. So, I met him through the power of the internet. He was this dude in the Melbourne, Florida groups talking about, hey, I'm moving here. Let's do some things. And I was like, I kind of like the things this guy does. So we became friends. I love the power of the internet. It's a beautiful thing. And so Zach has his own motivational platform. It's an Uncaged Men group. And it's all about helping men hold themselves accountable and become better humans in all aspects of their lives. And that is... not all. He's a motivational speaker and, a business consultant. And apparently he's got good penis from what the Facebook says. Oh, I mean, I'm just saying. I see the Facebook posts. a lot. But you know what? I love someone that has a positive message and also comes across really authentic and kind of silly. So, Zach, come share your knowledge and silliness with us, my friend, Mr. Zach Williams.
What's your Venmo? I'll give you that $100 later. Guys, it's an honor to be here, man. I've been watching Chad and Robbie from afar put this together. And I'll tell you, I spoke on stage in front of like 2,000 people, bro. That's cool. What they're doing here is way harder. It's way harder. This is the stuff that makes and breaks people. So y'all showing up and supporting, this is what makes real messages get out to the world. So I want to encourage you to keep coming back. I want to encourage you to keep showing up. Your car's going to break down. It's going to be raining. It's going to be hot as balls outside. It's Florida. Shit's going to happen. And that is the world trying to keep messages like what comes together in places like this from getting out there. So as much as Chad and Robbie are fucking awesome for putting this kind of stuff on, none of it happens without you guys. So please keep coming back to this. Please keep supporting this. With that said, yes, sir. With that said, we're talking about love, and love is a very interesting word. I thought I've loved before. I loved pretty fucking hard. First person I ever slept with, was together for about 7 years, paid her way through college, bought her a car, basically did everything that was involved with the American dream of loving someone, right? Paid house, is that whatever, got pregnant, awesome, that's great, let's do this. 4 months into the child's life, so 9 months, of pregnancy, 4 months of that, come to find out the child's not mine, right? Not only that, but the wife at the time knew the entire time. The mother-in-law knew the entire time and actually coached her through staying with me because I was the better choice. So I thought I loved at one point in my life, right? And that's what the world tells you love is, to love someone else, right? To love other people. For those of you who have kids, to love your kids. So whatever the case, love in a stereotypical sense, what that looks like. There's very few people that talk about loving yourself in a very, 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 very fucking real way. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to ask you to raise your hand, but I want to ask a few questions first because I don't want to single anyone out. So, and this is going to get pretty interesting. If you've ever been raped before, if you've ever been homeless before, if you've, hold on, because I don't want to single anyone out. Rape, homelessness, addiction, cheated on, left for dead, past trauma. If you've been through any of those in your life, raise your hand. Now I want you to look around. I don't think there's anyone that has their hand down. So the point behind this is I'm in the world of mentorship, coaching, motivational speaking, and everyone fucking talks about how much money they make. As Robbie said, I run a men's only accountability group. My wife runs a women's only empowerment group. And I want to put something into perspective. I don't really care for this to be on the live stream because it's not for anything other than the intimacy of this group, but it's fine. My wife and I in 2022 did over $1 million in the business, took home over $800,000. We shut that business down to do what we're doing today and ended up doing 1/10 of that the year later. And we've been rebuilding ever since. But it's because we had to understand what love really means. And love isn't about other people until it's about yourself. You can't love anyone else until you love yourself. I can't fucking love Heather 100% if I only love Zach 80%. I can't fucking love Lottie 50% if I don't love Zach 100%. So all those things I asked y'all to raise your hands for, been there, done that, got the fucking t-shirt. Been raped, been through physical trauma, been through mental trauma, been homeless, went through all of it. It's fucking cool to talk about on social media when it fucking matters to you. When the world gets to see it and you get to put it up there like it's a fucking poster on the wall. Talk about all the things that you accomplished. But what happens when you go home and you go to fucking bed? When you lay down, nothing else matters. No one can see you. Those thoughts that are running through your head, that's who you are. That's who you love. Do you love the attention? Do you love what the world cares about you? I'll tell you right now, I'm surrounded by guys. We got guys in my group that are still working for other people. Maybe some of them have some side hustles. Still some W-2 guys, some 1099 guys. I got guys all the way doing $100 million a year in their businesses, and everyone in between. And none of us are smarter than all of us. None of us are better than all of us. But the power of the law of averages says that the people that you surround yourself with, the way they think, the way they act, the way they talk, the way they love themselves, the law of averages says that's who you're going to be. So a lot of us think that we have this facade, this fake idea of what love is supposed to be. I'm supposed to love them. They're my family. I don't talk to my own mom for a fucking reason. Because I love my fucking self. And I'm not going to let that narcissism into my own life. And I fucking for sure am not going to let that happen to my wife or my fucking daughter. I promise you that. But it started with loving me. I had to give myself permission to love myself. I had to give myself permission to say that shit that happened to me isn't my fault. But what happens after this is mine. Okay? There's shit that you've dealt with in your past, and unfortunately, you haven't given yourself permission to love yourself yet. And whatever it is that you're focused on trying to accomplish next, it can't fucking happen until you give yourself permission to love yourself again. I promise you, I've been through a lot. I fucking wrote a book about it, actually. And that's not a plug. I make $0 off the book. But like, it's one of those moments where, you know, so much shit's happened to you. And so many people tell you, you should write a book about this. You should write a book about that. There's a very interesting conversation I had at a fucking 4-year-old's birthday party back in Louisiana. And some dude happened to know in the friend group that I do this kind of stuff, which just isn't. Robbie's my fucking boy. Robbie asked me to come out here. Fuck yeah, dude, whatever you fucking need. So I'm here. So this isn't really about me. It's about whatever this message is and how it affects you and what you can do to take this message and turn around and tell someone else about it in the way that wildfire kicks. But anyways, guy came to me and got in my face and was telling me about all, it's fucking good for you, bro. He was like, I used to be addicted to meth. And bro, like we all have stories. We all have pasts. We've all been through stuff. None of that matters unless you take that and apply it to your life to become a better person. Everything that happens to you is a learning opportunity. There's zero fucking losses in this world unless you fucking quit, unless you fucking give up. That is when it gets considered a loss, because there is a lesson inside of everything that you can take to move forward. I've never been addicted to drugs. I've never done drugs in my entire life. Never even smoked weed. Don't judge people for it. I just don't have that story. So when I talk to guys that have been through that shit, I can't relate into that level on that specific topic. But I've been through shit. Shit that some people I'd probably trade a meth addiction for some of the shit that I've been through. But I'm not here to judge other people based on the journey that they went through. I don't care about anyone's past. I care about where they're going. And the pivot that you have to make, the path that you have to take, is learning how to love yourself. Because I promise you, you can't love anyone until you learn how to love yourself. My name is Zach Williams. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Zach Williams. I love how you brought it back to loving yourself, because that is so important. And it's funny because when me and Donna got together, I was afraid of being with her because I knew I didn't love myself. And she helped me find my way back to love again. So that's an interesting story. But next, I think I'm going to bring up my super soul sister, the human that has been to every single human narrative since inception, a human that I met at a tattoo consultation, and we cried like 5 minutes in and hugged. And that's when I knew we was 100% family. So I'm going to bring up now Mrs. Kiki Poirier. Now, Kiki used to be afraid to speak, and she became one of our regular speakers a little bit ago because that's just what was supposed to happen.
And I'm still petrified to speak. And Trip Robbie. Oh, I have so much to say about love. So let me start off with my kids. I told them we were coming here and talking about love. And they both wrote books yesterday, and they were about love. So kids are freaking the definition of love. So if you're lost on it, just go find a kid and hang out with them for a little bit. And then I'm going to touch a little bit on what Zach said about self-love, because at one point, self-hate was like way more my comfort zone. And now I feel like I'm madly in love with myself almost at all times. And it was a really hard journey. And I think when you're starting out with self-love and you're coming from self-hate, like that can be really confusing, and you don't even know where to start. So my advice is to find someone who loves themselves and let them love you. And then you'll start seeing what that looks like a little bit. And then you can start being a little more gentle on yourself and start seeing you through their eyes. So if you can find someone who loves you and who loves themselves, just friggin' trust in it and lean into it if you can. So my story starts off a little bit with my tattoo that you covered up. And when I was 20 years old, I think, I got my first tattoo in someone's house. And so I got this tattoo, and it was two dolphins, and they were facing each other and making a heart, you know, in the gap between them. And on the top of it, it said, "Living on Love." And at 20 years old, you know, it came from a country song, and living on love. So that just became something for me, like love is going to just kind of carry you through everything. What I knew then and what I know now are very different. So the next morning I woke up and that tattoo was like 10 different imprints on my white sheets in the hotel room. So that wasn't great, but we just left. So let's see, probably 15 years later, you covered that up. You know, I had a cover up done, but never finished, and then you finished that one. So yeah, that was my first tattoo and living on love. So I like that too. So what? I didn't bring my phone or my notes. Okay, so here we go. Love for me is a lifestyle. I think the song Love is My Religion really hit home for me, but it's even more than that for me. It's a lifestyle. I live and breathe and try to make every situation that I'm in about love. And recently, like last fucking week, my wonderful, incredible husband who loves me very much, we were in a conversation. He wasn't asking me this like, you know, directly, but he said, sometimes I've had the thought, can you ever just be happy? Nope, I sure shit cannot. Happiness is temporary. And when I was on a journey of trying to be happy and just, I want to be happy, I want to be happy, it never happened for me, honestly. And I think happiness is just an emotion, and I think that love is a lifestyle. So sometimes we'll get into arguments and disagree, and he thinks it is just almost as in a battle or enemies or on opposite sides. And to me, when we're arguing, it's an act of love for me. It's me saying, hey, something's not right, and I want to get back to being okay. I want to get back to us. I want to get back to that frequency. So energetically speaking, love is the frequency of 528 hertz. So if you are feeling down, you might not be in a state of love. So listening to music, going and getting grounded, going and talking to somebody, finding something that's going to raise your vibration is going to assist you in getting back into that state of love. So that's energetically speaking. So let me see where I was going to go, because my husband's wonderful and brought me my phone. Yeah, dang, I nailed it. So yeah, you don't have to just be happy, but strive for love. That's my advice. Thank you. Love you.
So not everything has to be a really long story. Sometimes the short stories have the most impact. So thank you for sharing, Mrs. Kiki. Karen, it's your turn. Miss Karen Zaccaroli. So she came and she didn't speak, and I knew somebody needed to speak, and I knew she was one of the somebodies. And then I didn't push her that night. And then she was like, man, if I could just like sit there with you in front of me like an interview, we could do this. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. So next time, that's what we did. And is that what you need tonight? Are you cool with me just sitting over there? Oh, look at there. Progress. Miss Karen Zaccaroli. Oh, yeah, and she accidentally became a regular speaker.
Well, this time I'm not exactly going off the top of my head, so I'm glad you brought your phone up because it made me feel a little better. I had a really hard time with this one, believe it or not. I've been in a funk, though, kind of the energetic, whatever the hell's going on, and the collective consciousness is really heavy or some shit. Is it? Thank you. Yeah, okay. So I was having a really hard time coming up with and keeping things straight in my head. And then I had a realization. So then I started taking my own notes here. And I'm probably going to end up, and it's funny, not funny, but most of things that have been said already are quite similar to what I had put in here. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So for me, I was trying to come up with something that I could just do off the top of my head like I had been, and just wasn't coming to me and sticking well. So, matter of fact, I don't know where Scott is tonight, but he stopped by my house last week, I think it was, to pick up a VCR. And we both were like feeling very heavy-ish. A VC. Yeah, yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Don't ask. But we were both really glad it wasn't last weekend, because we were both like feeling really, we both were like, yeah, we don't know if we could pull shit out of our ass or not. You know, we were just feeling like secluding ourselves, which we did. So, anyway, I'm sure pretty much everybody in here has been through falling in love. Although I hate that term, because falling is an act that you don't have control over, right? You fall. Falling is just no control. And then, of course, you've got the other end of that, which is the ending of relationships or falling out of love. And that can crush you when that happens. Now, okay. To me, love has a lot of layers, conditions, different outcomes. I don't think anybody gets into relationships thinking, yeah, this is never going to work. It's never the intention, but as we all know, shit happens. And you fall out of love. Something changes. It shifts, it morphs, you don't grow together, you grow apart. So the biggest part of healthy human love, to me, is openness and vulnerability. Being vulnerable comes with a little bit of fear behind it, because you may not be accepted or loved, or any of the things you're hoping comes with that. And when those things don't come with somebody that you're expecting to love you, it kind of blows your world apart. And when you give yourself to somebody who you think loves you, and then you realize they really don't love me, they're controlling me, manipulating me, all the evil things that come with, what's the word I'm looking for? Conditional, okay, yeah, conditional love, but that wasn't the word I was thinking. Unhealthy love, that's for sure. Toxic's a good word, thank you. Just ask the speaker, he's got it. But in order to be vulnerable, you have to feel safe. And if you don't feel safe, it's hard to be vulnerable and authentic. So love, like I said, the process of getting to know somebody is not in straight line. It's not, some people said, oh, it was love at first sight. Well, good for you. I've seen it. It does happen. It's rare that it lasts. But it's got so many layers and different elements to it that it's a scary thing. Love can be scary. So with the being vulnerable, some people will view that as a weakness. It's not really a weakness, but there is the possibility of being rejected and hurt. So, and knowing that if you do get rejected, then your world falls apart for most people. For me, I was always in dysfunctional relationships, unhealthy, toxic. But I was repeating my childhood over and over again. So when I finally had the light bulb moment go off, And the past 8 years, I have, for the first time, been on my own. I have taken this time to establish a love for myself, an acceptance of who I am and what I've been through, choices that I made that were not so good, things I did that I wasn't proud of. And all of that has to do with being able to be in a place where you can meet another human who's hopefully also in a place of self-reflection and doing the self-love work, and knowing that you can be safe enough to open yourself to being vulnerable and authentic. And there's a possibility you might get hurt, but when you have that self-love, whether that person is in your life or not, you will always be okay. People who base their value and worth off of a relationship will find when that relationship ends, you're back at square one. You don't know who you are. You don't feel valued or lovable. You feel pretty crappy about yourself. And not that relationship endings don't bring, you can miss the energy of another person, but when you're dependent on that person to love you, to make you feel valued and worth being loved, that can be taken away in a split second. Whether it's through a death or an ending of a relationship, and when that's gone and you have no foundation to stand on, it makes life really difficult. So for the past 8 years, I have been working on my own life, my self-love, my acceptance of who I am, how I show up, how I want to show up, and I'm creating the me I want to be, not the me that was created from other people. So I know there's a bunch of other stuff in here, but the bottom line is you have to love yourself. And you can't give something you don't have. So if you don't have self-love, you truly can't love somebody else unconditionally, because that starts with you. And that's all I got.
She's a natural.
Kiki got something to say.
That's the thing when you're like a regular and you come up here and then other people say great shit. So another piece of my journey on self-love, has anybody in here read The 4 Agreements? Has anybody read The Mastery of Love? Okay, The Mastery of Love, that book had me fall in love with my depression and my anxiety. So if you have not gotten to that book yet, The 4 Agreements, I started with that one. That is a great foundation. But The Mastery of Love is a game changer as well. So read that book. Homework.
All right, so we have a few more regular speakers. After the regular speakers, whoever has something to say gets up and gets something to say. I know we got some folks here with some children that need to get the fuck out of here earlier than not. So when we do open the floor, you are the people I'm looking at first. So that way, if you got something to say and you need to fucking say it and it needs to come out, and I guarantee you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't fucking be here. But I'm going to put out the invitation to y'all. We got 3 more, I think, including, or 3 or 4 more to go of our regulars, and then we open the floor. So I just want to blindside my man Zach right quick. So this is another important Zach in my life. We met when we were at a car show. I was there with my Cadillac and like the only classic car there. Everything else was not in that genre. So I just got this big ass pink classic Cadillac sitting there, and I had a few vodkas, and Zach and I, we started talking. And I was like, oh, that's your car. That's pretty nice. And then he messaged me a couple days later, asked me if I need a video guy, want to do some trade for tattoos. We've become some of the best of friends. And when I'm not around him, I'm sad that I'm not around him. And he's made me cry because he's so beautiful and kind and loving a number of times, especially on the Human Narrative nights. And this is one of my favorite things to say about him. Being in front of his camera truly made me fucking feel seen. And all we were doing was making social media content and shit, you know, like, yeah, sure, we were telling some stories and, you know, we were making some YouTube videos, but like, man, the magic this guy brings to creating brand content is fucking insane. The beauty and the love that he brings to the lives that he allows to get close to him, because he's very guarded, and I feel honored that he allows me in, and he allows me to bully him into things like speaking in front of people. And, you know, a lot of the time the guy behind the camera does have a longing to be in front of it some. So I get to offer him the opportunity to get up and do some of the things that I love doing. And I guess I get to pay back the favor of helping you live out your dreams, homie. So, Mr. Zach Hendershot.
I missed last month. Honestly, I wish I could have been here. Oh, you know, it's funny being up here now. I don't know if I feel like I'm all passed out from publicly speaking, but I bought new shoes today that are really tight. So I think I'm just cutting off circulation. We're gonna see as the night goes on how that goes. So love is a lot of things. Love is beautiful. Love is kind. Love is patience. Yes. Love is painful. Love comes in all shapes and forms and sizes. And it's funny, on the way here, I was listening to a bunch of motivational love speeches, thinking, oh, yeah, that's good to talk about, that's good to talk about. And I don't remember any of those. So so it might seem like I'm rambling a little bit, but I'm going to try my hardest not to. So first off, we can start with the one thing I love the most. How many of you actually believe in love at first sight? Yeah? Right? 50-50? Yeah. See, I never did. I always thought it was kind of goofy until it happened. So about 7, almost 8 years ago, I just got out of a really awful relationship. And I just met this girl. We just started texting. Went to pick her up for the first time. And as I see her coming to my car, in her black Vans and her olive jeans, her white and black flannel with her curls in her hair, and she's stoned like a gravel road. And she hops in to my little Toyota 86, and we just hit it off. And it was great. And then, I didn't realize that was the moment I fell in love until, 3 months in. And she sent me a text telling me she loved me. And I told her not yet. I said I wanted to do it in person. I wanted to mean it, which was really silly because I did mean it. I meant it from the first day I met her. So, I kind of made her suffer a little bit by making her wait. So, Megan, I'm sorry about that. 9 months in, I ended up proposing. I took her to Las Vegas and rented out a Lamborghini Huracan. Saved up for this really nice ring. Took her to the Valley State Fire. Proposed to her on top of the mountain at sunset. It was beautiful, and I took my parents, and they were supposed to film and take pictures. And my mom's phone wasn't working, so the only video we got was, oh, wait a minute, as I'm down on one knee. So she didn't capture any of that. She got one nice photo, thankfully. And then a video wrapping up at the end when Meg was crying, and my dad was asking my mom to stop recording because she was crying, and she probably wouldn't like that. So that was our proposal. That's how we remember it. So a lot has happened since then. She already had 2 beautiful kids that I now call my own, and we have one of our own now as well together. He's about to turn, he just turned 4 in January. And with a lot of ups and downs, a lot of roller coasters through our last 8 years or so. Moving down here, we decided to start over fresh. I decided to propose again, which I just did about 2 weeks ago, maybe longer. I don't know. Everything's so crazy, I'm losing track of time. But I just want to say I love her very much, and it's kind of wild, loving someone that much and how much you will do for them and how much they come in and they change your life. And self-love, something I really struggled with, and it's something she really helps me with too. Seeing the things in myself that I wouldn't typically see, she's there to be like, hey, you're being stupid about this, and most of the time I am. And another thing, fall in love, the first sight was my son being born. As soon as he popped out, man, it was beautiful. And that he made me soft. Like, I don't know how many of you actually have kids, but once you have kids, you're not hard anymore. You're going to cry over every simple little thing. I can't watch TikToks with Meg because I cry all the time. So kids make you real soft. I had so much more I wanted to say, and I'm trying to sit here and brainstorm a little bit because I done forgot it all. My second proposal? Oh. Yeah. Don't even get me started on this one. All right. All right, so my second proposal, I had planned this really intimate afternoon and evening. So the first time we hang out, which was the first time, I seen her and when she was stoned and everything else. And we decided to go to my house and watch Deadpool. So it was our first ever movie we watched together. Deadpool and Wolverine's coming out, 5 days. So I had the idea to take her to the movie that evening, but also take her to the botanical gardens and was it the Tower of Bach? And I had a photographer lined up. He was going to be there. Going to be really, awesome, right? And so I ordered the ring, and I'm watching FedEx, making sure it's going to come on the day I'm going to be there. It shows up a day early. Not only does it show up a day early, but she has to sign for it. And the package was ripped, so the ring fell out onto the floor, and she picked it up. I was like, oh, what's this? So she opened it, hung up with her aunt without even an explanation, and called me and was like, oh my God. And I was like, what? She's like, you need to go outside. I got to talk to you right now. So I go outside, and she's just, full of excitement. She's like, the ring came. And I was like, what? She's like, the ring, it's beautiful. And I'm like, oh. So I panicked, and I did what I thought was right. So I took an early lunch, and I went straight home. I grabbed the ring, and I went upstairs, and I proposed to her as she sat there on the couch playing a video game. So, probably not as romantic as I wanted it to be, but it was a special moment for us that we're always going to remember. So now we have 2 proposals with really awesome stories behind them. So. Yeah, well, third time's a charm, We got to do it one more time. We got to put each other through some more shit, maybe 5 years. Do another proposal. Yeah. Now I have to marry her this time. She already told me that, so. And we got to start setting up a wedding. I guess I can talk about my passions a little bit. Something else I do love dearly, which is kind of makes sense right now because I have a camera that I love very much that I listed for sale 2 days ago, and I was like, it just doesn't make sense. It sits here in this box all the time. It doesn't get used. It has 59 hours total, and I bought it with 51. So I was like, I'm just gonna sell it. So I posted up on Facebook, and I instantly want to throw up, and I left it there for not even 12 hours. Some guy from Tampa wanted to come by it. I told him no. So I took it down, and needless to say, my camera's not for sale anymore. So if you need video work, I got a camera at home that I will use. So cameras, what's that? Someone did mention renting it out, but the thing is, I love the camera so much, I don't want anyone else to touch it, I thought about it. Yeah, I did think about it. Yeah. Well, see, I try not to do that because these 2 will get jealous. So, yeah. Yeah, I got to start using it, I guess. That's what I told myself. So I'm going to use it and see how it goes. But, yeah. But yeah, I've been doing this for almost 10 years now. I love it very much. Not as much as Meg. Make sure she knows that. Bit it's just it's a lot of opportunities. Honestly, if it wasn't for these cameras, I would have never met Robbie, which is someone else I wanted to talk about tonight. And you know, it's funny to meet someone for the first time and instantly feel loved. And walking into the room, like the way we talked and the way we hit it off, and I would come in to film for the first day, and it's like we knew each other our whole lives, you know. And like that's one thing about Robbie too is I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he fits all that love in his heart, and like all this love he pours out to every single person, you know, equally is just insane. So it's been a really special moment for me in my life. He's changed a lot of things. He's helped me figure out some of my self-worth. Maybe too good sometimes. I had to kind of reel myself back in a little bit because, you know, unless somebody was paying me millions, I wasn't going to work for them. So he helped me figure out a lot of shit I needed to figure out, and I'm super thankful, and I'm super glad that we met the way we did, and blossomed this beautiful friendship. And then onto the topic of love is painful. We can elaborate on that a little bit because 3 days ago, well, 4 years ago, 3 days ago from this day, my best friend decided to take his life. He was an amputee. He took a curve a little too fast trying to keep up with a friend on his Harley, went over the guardrail, went over a ravine, managed to get up and walk up the hill, and when the ambulance came to pick him up, it was too far gone. They had to amputate, and I went to go visit him every day in the hospital bed, and he just really struggled with it. And that's another thing too, is you never really know who is struggling, because even then he was still one of the happiest guys I've ever seen, and I would have never guessed, you know, that he would end up doing what he did. He never gave me any signs. I tried to talk to him all the time, make sure he was in the okay headspace, and one night he had too much alcohol and it got the best of him, and you know, he decided that was the night. So that was a big lesson in my life, kind of progressing from that, and a lot of lessons to be learned. See, I don't want to single my kids out, so I guess I should talk about the other two as well, because all I mentioned was my son being born. So I got a 10-year-old daughter that we actually started a 3D printing business together. She's very stubborn, which, you know, all beautiful women are, you know. She's just like her mom. We don't get along all the time, but when we do, it's awesome. We have this bond and this friendship that I would like to see more often, but you know, most of the time she's telling me to shut up or I'm stupid. So, you know, any preteen girl is going to tell you that. And then I got my middle son Axel, which loves soccer a lot, like more than me, but won't play it. I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, he loves watching soccer on the TV. Super obsessed with Messi. But all three of them, man, it's just they make my life whole. And a little family of 5. It's just a lot of love to go around there. A lot of love to share. Trying to work on loving myself as well, so I can love them more. And every day is getting a little bit better. So yeah, I think that's about it. I think I covered everything I needed to.
Thank you, Zach. I just had one more quick thing. Your proposal story reminded me of mine, and she just went to the fucking bathroom, of course. We had just gotten back from like this beautiful vacation that we took to Virginia, and afterwards, that's when I figured, you know, I want to propose. This is the person I want to spend my life with, and I ended up my whole plan fell to shit. we wanted to take us to like St. Augustine. I wanted to do it there, and that fell to shit. So I ended up proposing over King of the Hill and frozen waffles. So I am a man of timing. And the other thing was I wanted to say was, well, is Katie over there? Okay, she's right there. I was gonna say, love is getting plastered with your brothers and lighting firecrackers and fireworks out of your asses. That was our 4th of July.
Thank you for that extra share, Chad. Ever since I lost my leg, I don't really do fireworks because my danger meter's different. So yeah, that's not as fun anymore. So we have 2 more, 3 more. Yeah, well, I'm one of them 3. Don't worry about it. I ain't afraid to do this, dog. I do this all the time. I'm trying to decide who's next. Yeah, right? Ashley Wood. No? Not right now. David Poirier. All right, so this man is a beautiful man that I met. I met him. He is the spouse of Kiki. And I met him at the tattoo appointment, and then I met his inner animal at an emotional wellness workshop. We were working out a lot of demons and funky shit, and he screamed at me a lot and forced me into very uncomfortable things, and we did shadow work together. And that's when I fell in love with this man. And then he's another accidental regular speaker. And he heard about the human narrative through his wife, Kiki, before he was even able to get here, and told me that the human narrative already started to change his life before he even was able to sit in the room. So that was a beautiful testament to hear from somebody who'd never even been to this event. So Mr. David Poirier.
All right. I'm Kiki's husband. The running joke here, right? No, my name's David Poirier. In 2016, Poirier. Okay, it's French. It's Poirier. Okay, but yeah, I'm not French really, so I say Poirier. You know.
Everybody calls me Ripples. So
yeah. David Poirier. Yeah, well, you know, I like the way you say it though, so it's fine. In 2016, I went through this experience. It's called the Way Through Workshop. And, you know, I continually go back to this workshop, and I'm a co-facilitator of it now. That's what Robbie was speaking about when I yelled at him. And it's funny because I don't yell in my life. I'm not a loud person, but in that moment, it's intentional. And every time we go back to this workshop, we always get up and we introduce ourselves to the new people that are coming on. And, you know, we say, this is when we did it and one thing I got out of it. And the thing I always say, the big thing that I got out of it was how to love myself. And so it's interesting. That's kind of a theme, right? You loving yourself. And that is the thing. I was always good at really spreading love around, but sending it back in and actually loving myself wholeheartedly, I had issues with. So that workshop really helped me work through a lot of that and really get into who I am and love myself. I wanted to tell I guess a love story. When I was 10 years old, I moved across the street from my lovely wife, now wife. And I remember, I think I was like mowing the lawn or something, and then I was finished with that, and her friend runs across the street to me and gives me this note and just runs away. You know, she just like drops it off and gone. Yeah, and I open it up, and it says, you know, hey, do you like me? It's her friend, yes or no. And then she's listed. It says, do you like me, yes or no? And so I remember, you know, on her friend, I wrote no. I circled no. She was a little younger and, you know, whatever. And then next to her, I wrote maybe. And I circled that, you know. It's like, I don't really know you yet. Like, what's this? So, yeah, I mean, we dated for a little while when we were right away, right? Maybe was enough for her. I had her at maybe, so that, that's good. Uh, so we dated for a little bit. Then, if you call it that, our first date, we went and saw Shrek, the first one, the movie. So, we've been around for a little bit now. And then, young hormones, everything, we kind of had a little bit of a falling out. This is how I remember it anyways. And she ended up moving away, and so we kind of, went in different ways for a little while. And I remember, I dated a bunch of other girls. I probably dated all the women in church or young ladies in church, and a lot of different, people, and I just never really felt the same way that I felt with her. And it was just always like this, something was missing. Something wasn't right. I didn't have that same soul connection that I felt at 10 years old, and so, when we were, 17 or 18 years old, we reconnected. And it was still there. It was still magic. We reconnected on MySpace. Again, dating myself. But that was the cool thing back then, right? Facebook wasn't even out. So, so just to say, when you know, when there's love, and it's not always been easy. It's been work. It's been dealing with our past traumas. It's been, learning each other, learning to love each other for our flaws and our greatness. But it's magical, and I love you, honey, and I just thought that was a cute story. So beyond that, let's see. One thing, okay, I wanted to share about some transcendent love experiences. And the one that's coming to mind for me, kind of like spiritual, almost it just kind of hits you. And so I have this niece. I've been in her life since she was really, really little. Her name's Anna. And, I always approached her with, gentleness, and I remember I always said to her for years and years and years, would you like a hug, when I'm about to leave? And because I always hated that parents would force hugs on family. That always just pissed me off. Like, if the kid doesn't want to hug you, don't make them hug you, And so I would always do that. And we had a good relationship. But I would always ask her. And, once in a while it was no because, kids get shy or, don't want to say goodbye or whatever it is. And just a couple years ago, I remember I asked her, do you want a hug? And she said, Uncle David, you don't have to ask me that. I want a damn hug. She didn't say damn, but that's how she said it. I want a hug from you. And that just was one of those moments that just hit me, right? It just blew me away because it's like all that building of that relationship and just being gentle with her. And it's like, you don't have to ask me permission. I want your love. Another one about a month and a half ago, I think about now, we started fostering a 10-year-old girl. And same type of, gentle experience. This young lady's been through a lot, so definitely going to be gentle and easy. And hey, I'm going to give my 8-year-old a hug every time, obviously, and say, hey, do you want a hug too? I'm saying goodnight or whatever it is. And I remember, I don't know if it was a few weeks ago or whenever it is, but she said, hey, and she calls me dad, and she calls Kiki mom because that's what she wanted to do. And she said, hey, I want dad to put me to bed tonight, and she asked for me. And it's just like those types of moments for me in my life are just huge because they're reaching out to you, and it shows that hey, this bond that you're cultivating, this love that you're showing, it is reciprocated, it's received, and they feel it. And there's been a lot of moments like that with my own daughter. I mean, like you said, it makes you soft. You could cry, Zach, you could cry over every little thing because it's just, their first steps, their first time they say daddy, they're, all the little things and remembering the birth. I shared about that just the other day, and it's beautiful. I remember a couple talks ago, I think, or Human Narratives ago, we did resistance, I think is what it was. And I came up here and I talked about resistance to love. I don't know, a lot of you were probably here, but we did a little eye contact with somebody that we knew, and then we did eye contact with strangers. And just to kind of feel that resistance to love, because a lot of us are actually more afraid of love than we think. And so that's just kind of a powerful thing to look at is, look at where you might shy away from love, where you might shut that down, or where you might run from it. Another thing I did on that was we had Robbie come up and we all cheered him on. And, you know, we blew the room up just cheering for Robbie. And he about ran off the stage. You know, he was like, I'm out of here, you know, and that just shows that resistance, that shutting that down. Like, and I, you know, I do it too. It's like somebody's cheering you on and you're like, oh, don't look at me. I'm good, you know, and right. Look at me. Don't look at me. So it's like, why do we do that? You know, I don't really know. I don't have it figured out, but you know, if you notice that, I just invite you to look at that and maybe try to open up to receiving it a little bit more. The last thing, you know, there's so many dynamics to love, right? And I just was thinking about this all day, and you know, different things kept coming to mind. But the big thing that kept sticking out to me is love is curious, is being curious, and I think that came from Ted Lasso. You know, he didn't say love is curious, but that was kind of like his character, how he approached life was to be curious. And I'm like, that really is love. Like, you know, you see a homeless guy on the street, you know, if you have judgment in your heart and hate in your heart, you might yell out, get a job, you bum. If you have curiosity, you're going to pull up a chair and you're going to ask him about his story. And how did you get here? Where are you at? Like, let me know about you. I'm genuinely curious about where you are at in your life. You know, like Zach, like you said, you had everybody raise their hand. Everybody in their hand raised their hand because everybody's got a story. Everybody's been through something. So when somebody is angry, when somebody is, you know, even hurting somebody else, they have a story. And to be so quick to judge and to tear that person down even in your mind, you know, there's a place for being curious, and to me, that's having a loving heart. That's how we can all kind of embody love more, is just by being curious about our fellow human beings. And so I think that's what I'll end it with. Thank you, guys. I'm David.
We all do, it seems. Yeah, that's deep as fuck. And it's true, because, like, you know, the concept better man, right? Like, I want to be a better man for me, but also for those that are affected by me. And so... Which is more than you think, by the way, if you don't understand that. Thank you. You know, I have some decent numbers in some places where people are looking at me, so I'm starting to realize there's a lot of eyeballs on me. And I have a lot more people telling me that, reminding me. And when I remind somebody shit about them, I want them to really fucking take it. So thank you. I'm doing my best to take that. And I am terrified all of a sudden because it's my turn. If you don't know, I am Robbie Rapole. This is my studio, Rad Inc. The Rad from Rad Inc. comes from the Rad Movement. I started the Rad Movement after getting off of Ink Master, actually filming Ink Master, and wanting to kill myself, even though I was rich and famous and I didn't feel like it. So here we are now. Love has been always a part of my story. I feel like I had a coach one time, and he was one of my most expensive coaches. And one of the things that I do remember from him that it was valuable is I grew up in a house being this beautiful, magical, gifted unicorn, but nobody fucking told me, and I ain't had no motherfucking mirrors to see. And that's where my need for love began. I was the youngest of three, so I was always fighting for love. I was the youngest of three boys, and my dad was a big, mean, scary Cuban. My mom was a New Yorker Italian that had a lot to say and usually pointed out your faults, not your strengths. So I had a lot of friction. I had a lot of resistance. I had a lot of pushback, and I feel like I lacked the type of love that I need to operate, which is a lot. And I can't remember who said it. I think it was you, about I have a lot of love to give, and I give it a lot, and I give it so freely, and I give it to everyone so equally. That fucking doesn't feel real. I give the love because I feel I didn't get it as a child, right? It all comes back to childhood trauma. So what was I missing? Love. I was missing the specific type of fucking love that I needed, because I have a specific type of love that I need. You know, like the different plugs in the different countries. I need a specific adapter that's only made for me. And that is a really, really, really open floodgate of love and accepting like who I am and allowing me to be fucked up and human and vulnerable. And that's really fucking hard for anyone to be able to give. Because, like, I felt hated by the people that loved me the most, because they were always so fucked up in their own story and in their own head. They didn't know how to give love. So what did I fucking do? I became the giver of love, because I was tired of being the kid that didn't get it. So I had to fucking give it. I remember one time we was at a fucking a Texas Roadhouse or a Roadhouse Grill, whatever it was. It was our family's favorite restaurant at the time. And it was after church, so everybody was in a great mood, including my father. My father, the scary 6'4" Cuban who didn't really like people and didn't really like groups of people. I wonder where that came from in me. And, you know, we're at this fucking table, and it's a Sunday afternoon, and everybody's fucking stressed out because they just left church, and they just fought the traffic, and now we're all at the same restaurant because, like, everybody goes to the same fucking restaurant after church for some reason. And so now, like, you know, everybody's stressed out. And I remember, like, taking the bread plate and just being like, here, everybody, take some love. Take some love. And, like, I used to love cracking my dad open, because that motherfucker, I made him smile every time he ever smiled, it seemed, which wasn't a lot. And it was like I wanted to crack open his scared facade, his scared little child, his fucking... His foreign Cuban refugee ass that came over here at fucking 12 years old, not knowing what the fuck was doing, fucking threatening to kill a kid because he fucking stole his pen because they were so fucking poor, afraid to eat meat because they didn't fucking have refrigeration over where he was from. So this man grew up so hard and so scared, and I'm a product of that. So the love that I give is because my dad didn't know how to give it. And that heals me. But it's fucking hard. You know, I get praised for being love and giving love, but I fucking hate so much. And that's where the love comes from, right? There's so much fucking darkness inside of here that I have to shine bright, because if I don't, I won't fucking make it. Because I want to end it more than I would have liked to admit. Because I'm fucking scared. Because my dad was scared, and his dad was scared, and my mom was scared, and her mom was scared. And it's a fucking generational, ancestral fucking lineage of fucking fear and not knowing how to love, because our fear runs us so deeply. So then what did I do, right? I fucking lived the love story that my parents fucking had. You know, they were 15 and 12 when they met, my parents. So, you know, they fell in love very early on. It was fucking weird that was even, like, cool to them. But, like, it didn't fucking matter, you know? My mom was overdeveloped, and my dad was like, whatever. and, you know, he tells a story of, you know, he was just some Cuban kid that kept running around saying "si," and all these fucking Italians ended up marrying him off to their daughter, right? Like, that's his funny story. The real story is they needed so much love between them because they had so much of the chips stacked against them. My mom went to fucking jail because she got married to my dad and ran away. And so, like, and you're fucking laughing, of course. That's some shit you would do. So, like, you know, for me, love is this weird thing, right? Like, me and my mom we begged my father to tell my mother that he loved her on his deathbed, and he refused to. Kathy, you know I love you. Kathy, you know I love you. That's all he would fucking say. Because he's so fucking afraid of sharing love. And that's where love comes from for me. Love is this scary, really dark, really, really, really painful fucking road that if you fucking find yourself on that road to love, you might die because of it. Or you'll have a death inside because of it. Because you get it and then you lose it and then you don't know how to fucking live without it. And then it's this fucking drug, it's this addiction, it's this weird fucking thing. And you're always just trying to heal that little baby you, the young you that needs to be loved right, even though your parents didn't know how to fucking love you and your brothers didn't know how to fucking love you. So you didn't know how to love yourself. So then you find yourself trying to live your parents' love story. So I get married to this fucking girl. She was beautiful, and she was a very different person than me. And it was just like, that's the one I want. So I had to have it. So I marry her, and I do it young because my parents told me that's like, you know, the way, just by the way they lived. I was just trying to like be like them because that's what the fuck we do. We try to like live like the people that we looked up to so much, even if they weren't the best role models. Or the smartest decision of people to look up to. So I did this, and I married this woman. And, you know, we had a really weird fucking badness falling out, you know, and then I ended up raising my son mostly alone. And then I got married again. And then that one just was bad also. You know, and we had these, we had these, I have this weird thing of like, I can get into a marriage and it looks fucking perfect. And everybody thinks it's fucking perfect. And then if I do get into another relationship that looks perfect from what they fucking say, now I'm like, nope, I gotta burn this shit down because they said it was perfect twice ago, and now I've been fucking divorced twice, and what the fuck is love? And when are my kids gonna fucking leave me? And when is Donna gonna leave me? And when am I never gonna be with anybody? Because that's what happens when you love. You open yourself, you get vulnerable, and you get crushed. Because that's what love is, right? That's what my dad showed me. That's why he couldn't even fucking say, I love you to my mom on his fucking deathbed. And that's the love I come from, bitch. So that's why I find it so necessary to hand out love for free. But like, when you break down my walls and like, get me to really fucking go deep into love, that's when it gets hard. Donna met me 8 months after my divorce, second one. And you know, I was like, cool, man, this chick is fucking hot. She likes me back. She fucking, you know, all these dudes fucking fell into her thirst trap, and she answered my fucking question on Facebook. So I know this bitch wants it. And I got a homie got a shop up there where she's at. So I'm going to go do a guest spot. We're going to have some fun. And then our expiration date's going to happen. And I'm going to move on because I was fucking like tragically destroyed from just like, what the fuck is wrong with me, man? You know, my parents fucking stayed together forever, you know? And like, my dad fucking broke that off when he died. Like, so why the fuck can't I find that? What is my malfunction? Why am I so good at loving, but I'm so bad at this type of love? So there's got to be something wrong with me. Shit's got to be wrong. I got to be fucked up. And obviously I'm a fucking monster because that's what I was made to believe. And I am. Oh, boy. You don't even want to see me on a monster day. Woo! It's bad. But I also know that sometimes if there's somebody that needs a monster, you can call me. That motherfucker would love to come out and play. If it's for a justified cause, if we Robin Hood in this bitch, I got your monster. But I had to learn to love him. Because every villain's story, when they write it from the villain's perspective, is somebody that just needs love. That first Maleficent movie broke me. Because that bitch just fucking had a broken heart and didn't know how to manage it, and nobody loved her enough to find her way out of it. So I find this Donna chick. I remember when I was married to my second wife, I saw her at a convention. I'm like, that chick's cute. Never thought again about it, you know, and then I fucking see her at another convention years later. And then I'm like, oh, wow. Oh, okay, I guess you were supposed to come up in my life. I like you. Let's do this thing, right? So, you know, she decides to move to Indiana where I was living. I think I was living in a trailer. Yeah, I don't know. The house had real cheap rent and a real hollow floor. But they called it a house. So she moves to me to some fucking trailer in the middle of Indiana in these fucking cornfields. And I break up with her. Dude, for real. And I break up with her on the way. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Who the fuck told you this is a good idea? Sign me up for this shit. I don't want you moving here. Because she's like, dude, I like quit 2 of my jobs. She was working for one of the most famous traditional tattooers in the world. And like, she said, yeah, cool. Nah, I'm with him. And she had an 800 credit score. And I was like, I ain't paying your bills. She's like, that's fine. I don't got to pay him. I'll take a bankruptcy. I'll take the L. Fuck that shit. I was like, all right, you're really stupid. You know, like. But she was hot and she fucked good and she liked me. And there was something more there. But I was afraid of it. Because of all of my fucked up shit with love, right? And I'm like, nah, we can't do this. You know, I got to love myself before you come in this bitch. She's like, no, that's all right. I'll be with you through it. And I'm like, nah, you're stupid. See, because you could say that and that ain't even right. Because when you fucking turn around and be like, I can't do this no more. I told you I was too much, bitch. And now you didn't want to listen then. And now you want to say, fuck you now. But see, so I'm going to tell you no right now. And she's like, nope, I'm coming. I'm like, fuck. You know, I was like, who signed me up for this? She goes, you did. I was like, fuck. All right, come on then. And she's like, well, I got a speeding ticket. I'm like, well, it's your fucking fault for X, Y, Z. And, you know, like, I'm in so much pain, right? I'm in so much pain. Fucking the house that we moved to Indiana to be in, and then she left me there with no car. So, like, I kind of got a car at this point. Donna got a car. I don't even know why the fuck she coming up around here. I got this terrible relationship with money. I'm, like, crying and alone in my house most of the time, drinking sometimes, going and being with some dumb hoe sometimes, hanging out with my son sometimes, and just really fucking not knowing what to do. Turning on the room heater, the space heater, and doing a hot yoga in my living room. Like, I was just trying to figure out who the fuck I was. On fucking Valentine's Day that year, a couple months before I met Donna, I had a $670 car that blew up on me on fucking Valentine's Day. So like, this is, and we had gotten like broken up on Christmas. So like, it was still new. And like, this was just my life. It was dark and it was cold and it was rainy and it was snowing, but not the beautiful Christmas kind. And I'm a Florida boy, so that type of weather fucks you up if you don't know how to live with it. Especially if you're already depressed. You walking outside with no fucking shoes and clothes on, just in your boxers to go get the mail, just because you fucking are really that fucked up in the head from what you're going through, and you don't even realize how cold it is. That's how Donna met me. Yeah. So we stay in his house for a little bit, and then my landlords, who were amazing people, were like, look, we got to sell the house because we need to buy another house to invest in and this and that. And I'm like, that's cool. I understand. And they were like, it don't sell in the winter. Houses don't sell in the winter. Third fucking real estate agent, the bitchiest one, sold the fucking house. And of course, we're fucking like putting resistance up against these real estate agents because we don't want to lose our house right now because I don't got good credit. She just trashed her credit, and now we're fucked. So my 17-year-old son at the time moved in with fucking his best friend, and me and Donna moved into a car on the road. So we were homeless, but we always had a home to go or a hotel to go to. And we always had conventions to go to, and we had guest spots to go to. So everywhere we went, my fame, the Ink Master fame that I didn't realize it was actually a really good thing and a fucking wonderful marketing tool. I didn't realize that was like valuable to tap into because I'm so beat down from a couple years earlier losing Ink Master, and then a couple years later, that divorce. And then now I'm like, dude, I don't have anything to offer anyone. So, but for some reason, this person who kept catching my eye wanted to invest her time into me. And so I'm feeling responsible for anybody that chooses to sit with me. I'm like, you're going to die at this table. Don't do it. And then when she's like, no, I'm cool. I'm like, you're a dumb bitch. Please get the fuck away from me. And she's like, no, I love you. I'm like, and now I'm crying. I'm like, why do you love me? I just told you you're a dumb bitch, and I told you to get the fuck away. And she just kept fucking being there. So we go on the road. About 6 months later, we buy this RV. We had this whole concept to do free love tattoos on the road. 50 free love tattoos in all the 50 states. We was going to do 2,500 at a minimum free love tattoos, and it was going to be so dope. And we was going to live in an RV, and we was going to fucking, create fucking fame and notoriety, and not for the reasons I had it before, which were fucking empty and bullshit. We were going to fucking be known as the people that were fucking changing the world in a big pink RV. We bought the fucking RV, and 2 weeks later, I break my leg off. She sat there with me. I convinced her to get the fuck away from me that day for the first time in our relationship. My man Steve was like, yo, come to the ball game. I'm like, Steve, what the fuck? I'm at a convention. I don't go to the ball game, you stupid son of a bitch. I'm living in a fucking RV. I need to make money. These are my 3 days this week. I can fucking work. I need to fucking work. And of course, what happens when you're in that mindset? Nobody wants to fucking spend money with you. Nobody wants you to break their skin with your needles when you're fucking giving that energy out. So when you're like, please, I need to fucking tattoo you for money because I'm going to go broke and I have this RV and I'm going to die. And then I'm like, why don't you want to get tattooed by me? Pussy! Do you see how bright and colorful and fun my tattoos are? You know, like, fuck. So that's the energy I got all day. So I'm not making a fucking dime. My imposter syndrome's huge, and I'm like, dude, Steve must have asked me 50 times to go to this fucking ball game. So I'm like, Donna, go to the fucking ball game. It's the Phillies or some shit. You guys, like, you're a sports nerd. Go enjoy that shit. I don't really care. And whatever, right? So then Steve finally cracks me, and I'm like, all right, I'll go with you. I go to tell the other Steve, yo, I'm not going to do my suspension. On the way there, my one friend goes, hey, man, I want you to tattoo me. I'm like, no, I'm going to the ball game. He goes, I got money. So you know how much money I traded for my leg that day? $200. I didn't ask him how much money he had. I just said, fine, fuck it. I'm not going to tell Steve I'm not suspending. I'm going to go ahead and do your tattoo. I don't care how much money it is. I'm going to make fucking money today. And I'm going to suspend because obviously, well, that means I'm supposed to spend, right? Well, Steve that suspended me that day bought the wrong rope. And the rope broke and my leg broke off. And I saw the inside of my body, which is something that you should not do. That's fucking weird. It's really hard to deal with. You know. It's a hard video to watch. It's a hard one to watch. Honestly, I feel like the harder one is the one that Inked Mag made of me telling my story of how I lost my leg with my leg chopped the fuck off fresh 2 weeks out of surgery. Because we went on the road 2 weeks after losing my leg. 2 weeks after the amputation. So I broke my leg off, and then Donna's there. And, she comes in from the ball game drunk at the hospital screaming, he just got to see a titty. He just got to see one titty. He's going to be fine. She don't know my motherfucking leg popped fucking off. Yo, for real. For real. And so my leg had come off, and the only thing holding it on was skin. Everything had broken, the nerves, the arteries, the veins, the bones. I came down and I heard a fucking bat snap. I just now can hear bats snapping without crying. And if I watch somebody go up in the air from any type of rigging, I fucking bawl my eyes out. We were at Disney at the Lion King show, and these fucking people, you guys have seen it, hooked up in the Lion King show, and they're flying, and I'm like, and she's over here touching me, and I'm like, don't fucking touch me, bitch, don't fucking touch me. I'll be fine, and I'm glad it's in the dark, right? So anyway, so I break my leg off. She runs in the hospital. Here we are. Yeah. And she slept on every fucking hospital floor, every fucking hospital chair, every fucking hospital bed. And there was times where I'm like, you have 2 legs. Get the fuck out of this room and go do something. Go drive Uber. I don't give a fuck. Go help make us some money, because my relationship with money has been a rocky one my whole life. I'm really doing a great job repairing it now. That's about what my relationship with money deserves right now. Not a standing ovation. I'm probably in the best situation I've ever been financially, and I'm still trying to feel comfortable there. A lot of it's guilt. I got a fucking settlement for losing my leg at work. The homie that fucking, this is love. Fucking the homie that throws the conventions calls me up, and I don't remember if I was on drugs or if I was about to go in surgery or just came out of surgery. It wasn't on the phone. I thought it was on the phone. But he telling me, you know, you got to sue it. I'm crying. I'm like, Troy, I can't sue my friends. And he's like, you ain't suing me, dog. You suing fucking insurance, player. So, like, that's what we have this shit for. So he showed me love by doing that. Steve, that fucking dropped me, tried to get me to fucking post-date a release form and lied and said, you can't sue me without this. And I sent that to my attorney. He said, that guy's a goddamn liar. I said, I think you're right. That's how I was feeling. So Steve showed that he didn't love me. She's always got to use the platform for that. You're such an asshole. She will. Look, she's right here. She's usually back there. So the fact that she's there, don't bring it up. Don't bring it up yet. So she was there with me through all that. Fucking 9 surgeries total. And a year and a half before I had another leg. And I could walk again. And the person I was during that time, I am not proud of. At times. Because there was times that one-legged Robbie with no motherfucking leg on crutches was fucking murdering it at the gym. And there was time that one-legged Robbie was fucking painting murals in this shop, hopping over the fucking mural with one leg. Banging up fucking tile. I renovated this whole fucking shop with some of my friends with one fucking leg. During COVID. During COVID, I had one leg, and I'm like, fuck you people, you can't hold me hostage anymore. I need to be out of my house. Fuck COVID. I don't care if I die. I'll wear a mask if I have to, but I'm getting the fuck out of this house. And she was there through all of it. Every bit of it. Through all the self-loathing, through all the pain, through all the worry, through all the I'm not good enough, please leave me. The amount of times I told her, why don't you just fucking leave me because I'm never going to be good enough for you. Unprompted. She didn't tell me you wasn't good enough for me. She just was there, and I was like, fuck you, get away from me. She's like, yeah, no, that's cool. I'm going to stick around. And I'm like, wow, that means you really are a dumb bitch. So that means you should fucking leave me, because if you're sticking around with me, you're a fucking problem. So get your dumb ass out of here, because I'm going to hurt you. And, dude, the amount of times she's told me I could fucking hit her, I could do this, just don't cheat on me. I'm like, what the fuck? And, like, I've never hit her. But I've been... She does that to people. But the thing is, the only thing that Donna's ever showed me that I was scared of with her was her ability to love me. Because every time I was like, well, what about this? And she'd be like, that's fine. What if I want to fuck other hoes? That's fine. Well, what if I don't want to be with you anymore? Well, you know, whatever. We can just hang out, and you can fuck other people, and we can be together. And I'm like, but what about when you don't want me no more? She's like, that's not gonna happen. And like the amount of forgiveness that she's already given people in her life, that is mind blowing to me, makes it proof that she can forgive the person that I'm afraid that she's gonna fall out of love with. And that's weird for me. Because, you know, that whole story about love earlier, right? And the way my dad loved and the way my family loved and how I was always fighting for love and I was trying to give love. And then when I meet this person that says, no, you can love me, and I'm like, nope. Like, my second wife, like, we had a shop called the Chapel of Love. My fucking, my logo was a heart that said love inside it. And my name real small. I realized when I was microdosing with a homie on my 29th birthday, or 30-something birthday, one of them birthdays. Yeah, you know? But he was like, you know, my center is art. And I'm like, I don't know what my center is. And then 2 minutes later, I'm like, my center is love. And then when I realized like what that means, my center is love. So that means when I get away from love, I don't live the same. I don't live right. When I fall away from love, I start getting mean. And that comes from fear. And I'm so scared half the time. Because I learned that from my dad. Shit, it was a few weeks ago. I realized that my dad always did, bouncing his legs. It's because he was fucking nervous. So I've been nervous around love my whole life. So what do? I decide to be the fucking poster boy for love because I'm an extremist. And I had so many people in my youth tell me I couldn't love the way I needed to and the way they needed me to, that I had to fucking go prove those motherfuckers wrong, that love is real, that love is true, and even if they hurt you and you want to kill them, you don't kill them. I know that's probably not normal for most people, but my dad pulled a fucking gun out in his fucking bar that he owned. And that is part of one of my teachings. Don't pull the gun out at the bar. If you get scared, don't pull a gun out, because you're going to scare off all your customers and all your friends, and everybody's going to be afraid of you. And my dad thought that it was very reasonable to pull the gun out at the bar because we're Cuban. Some Puerto Rican stole a girl's necklace. I'm like, Dad, like, no, you can't do this. Like, over the most trivial things. So love wasn't something they gave. It was earned. And then when you earned it, it usually got turned against you because of projection. So the amount of times that I've fucking done that to her, I've projected my fears onto her. I've projected, please get the fuck away from me because it's safer for you there, onto her. And this simple bitch sticks around. And she's so authentically her that when I say stupid things like this silly bitch, she knows it's my fucking scared way of saying, hey, I love you. Thanks for fucking allowing me to be ridiculous around you. Because my dad always told me, don't talk like that. And my mom always said, you can't say that, Robbie. Don't be that. And school always said, no, you're not allowed to be this person. And church always said, no, you're not allowed to be this person. And everybody said, why don't you get a real fucking job? You know how I've been fucking making more money than my teachers when I was fucking in high school with this not real job, this non-essential fucking job where I fucking save lives in every fucking chair that I go to. Because the people that come to me don't even realize that they want to die. And then they realize, holy shit, I want to live after fucking around with me for a little bit. And then we devise a plan right quick. And then they go live. That happens fucking every time. So because I said, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Loved that song. I couldn't believe he was allowed to say it. I couldn't believe that was his truth. He was allowed to be that. Man, fucking he was an idol of mine. The influence he had over me finally being able to stand up against myself and say, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. You can't do this. That's bullshit. You can't find love. That's bullshit. You don't know what you're doing. That's bullshit. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. Turned into a way to live that I didn't even realize I was living. And it got me to love. And it got me to 2 fucking beautiful children. And it got me to fucking multiple fucking successful businesses. Even though I don't realize they're successful. I lost a house in my real estate company this year. And then I realized, oh, that's cool. That could just be a whole bunch of fucking loss on my taxes. You know, like, because when you start thinking of things differently, you start looking at things for what they really are rather than the fucking lie. The lie that you're not enough, that there is no real love, that there is no real truth, that you're doing it all fucking wrong. None of that's real. That's all the fucking lie. And then you meet somebody who fucking sticks with you through it all. Even fucking sleeping on dirty ass hospital floors. And then when you fucking asked her to marry you, she already knew all the details because your old shop manager was a fucking crook and a liar and was fucking leaking all the details to her. And you knew it in your heart that she knew what was going on, but you didn't exactly know how. And then all the fucking things fell apart and you were supposed to go and ask her to marry you on a motherfucking Moana fucking bioluminescent fucking kayak tour. And then while we're at dinner, the kayak tour says, ain't no bioluminescence, fuck you. So I'm like, what the fuck? And she already knows what's going on, and she knows that I'm fucking panicking over this shit. And now I got to get down on one knee. The kayak was a great way for a one-legged guy not to have to get down on one knee because I was terrified to get down on one knee because sometimes my leg likes to loosen up. And for some reason, I was afraid of my leg coming off or like burping or something when I stood back up. And like, I cried about it that night. And I had to fucking give in to the fact that, yo, this is going to suck. I got to do the thing I didn't want to do. Then I asked her to marry me. She already fucking knew what was going on because of that scumbag lying and tell him what was going down. She was supposed to be putting it together for me, but she was just feeding her the information. And she had stolen over $100,000 from us, and we didn't know it yet. Love. No, but that is a part of it. Because when you love, and you have enough love to have a shitty proposal or two. Then as soon as I asked her to marry me, I got over my fear of fucking getting down on my knee. Got down on my knee, we did a thing, it was fucking great, whatever. Then they fucking called back and hey, we found some fucking bioluminescence. I'm talking about like 5 minutes after the shit had happened. The celebratory joint hadn't been smoked yet. I'm still sitting there chilling, trying to figure out what had just happened. Did I really just do that, right? And then it was better off because, like, we went and, I probably would have dropped the fucking ring or some shit. It was not a good idea. Right. Like, and then one of the homies was on a stand-up paddleboard and an alligator touched his paddleboard. So, Florida. Yeah. So I guess, you know, our marriage was ordained from the start with the Florida gator, our national bird. So, to wrap this all up, it is a constant battle between loving yourself and being able to love others. And like everybody keeps saying, if you don't love yourself, you can't love others. I'm going to break that down quickly. The concept of that is, you have to learn how to love. And when you learn how to love, usually you're the hardest to love. And then when you learn how to love yourself and you soothe your projections so that way you're not breaking the love. That's a very scientific and simple way of putting it, but it's not easy. Then you're not ready to receive love, but you meet somebody that wants to give you love. And you say, okay, well, I guess our job now is you are going to assist me in learning to love. And if you want to take that job, thank you, but I'm scared. And if that's what happens with yourself, it's probably going to. Thank you, but I'm scared. We gonna do it anyway. Thank you, I'm scared. We gonna do it anyway. Thank you, I'm scared. We gonna do it anyway. I'm scared. Thank you, we're gonna do it anyway. I'm scared. We're doing it anyway. Thank you. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Those things need to be a part of it because you're gonna be scared. You're gonna have gratitude, and you're gonna do it anyway. You might get your heart broken, and love might come from a dark place. But at the end of the day, I get told way too much about what a fucking bright, shining light I am. So that means my darkness is doing its job. So if you have darkness, it's doing its job. Let it do its job. It's there to fucking point out where you need love the most. That's all I got to say. Thank you for listening. I love you very much. So it is now Donna's turn because she is sitting here. So it is Donna's turn. No, come on. Come on. You can do it. They all want to hear it. All right, Heather. I heard you wanted to go. Party. All right, Heather Williams. So this is Zach Williams' wife, and he texted me. he texted me while we were sitting there, and he said, "It's Heather's turn." And I was like, "All right." But you know you're here because you know it's time. Was that? Right. So, the one and only Heather Williams.
Oh man, I hate fucking talking in front of people too. So I'm Heather Williams. I am Zach Williams' wife. We do run a men's accountability group, and I do run a women's empowerment group. And I'm gonna get emotional already. The reason that I started that is because of all the shit that I have been through. And it's so wild to me because I appreciate everybody that's talked tonight because we all have the same fucking story. It's wild. The things that I've heard, I mean, literally all over the world. We had a women's empowerment retreat that I was on in fucking Costa Rica, and these ladies were from all over. And the stories I heard, I'm like, damn, every single one of us have been through the same thing. We're all from all over the world. For me, man, love is so fucking hard. And I think the reason for me, it comes back to my childhood trauma, like it does for a lot of people. I know the exact day, morning, it was August of 2016, was the first day of my entire life that I have ever loved myself. And I'm 36 years old. I woke up that morning, I was sober, I felt great, and I realized that I hadn't cried myself to sleep the night before. And it goes back to, wild enough, my dad was a big fucking asshole. Rest in peace, love you, Pops, but he was a dick. Like, straight up, he was mean as shit. He was Native American, he was like 6'2", just, you know, that mean jaw, like, you looked at him and you're like, I'm good, I don't want to talk to this man, like, he's scary. And from the beginning, I had the hardest time getting love from him. It didn't matter what I did. When I was very young, I was a straight A student, I was super great. Anything you told me to do, I did. I did every chore, I helped out, I did everything. My dad was like, meh, thanks. You didn't do that great on your test. You didn't get an A+, it was an A-. Well, fuck me, Dad, all right. You know, it was all the time. And unfortunately, because of that, it made me grow up my entire life of craving for love. My mom was there, she was great, but she was scared of my dad, so she hid a lot, and, you know, if my dad said something, that was it. And so I kind of was just on my own. And so unfortunately, that led to me getting into a rebellious stage of always trying to get out the house. I was always trying to find things to do. I got into a very bad drug addiction and alcohol addiction. And close your ears, Zach, I became a very terrible person when it came as a female with men. I craved attention. I craved attention from men. So I went, you know, in that stage. And I found it with all the wrong fucking people. I got raped. I was sexually abused all the time. I was physically abused all the time. Mentally abused, it started from a very young age, but that was all the time. And I accepted it. Instead of trying to get through it or being like, hey, I can find someone else or whatever, I was like, this is what I deserve. From a kid. I mean, I was never good enough. I was told I was stupid. I was a bitch. I wasn't good enough. My grades weren't good enough. You know, I wasn't cute enough, whatever. So I just thought I deserved it. Even at school, I was bullied a lot. I wasn't the cutest girl. I was always the thicker one, whatever. So, like, I never had the boyfriends like everybody else did. And it was very hard. I mean, you didn't have love with your friends. You didn't have love at home. So I just went on a very bad spiral. And I got into a relationship that was unfortunately just abusive the entire time. Physically abusive all the time. I have a scar still to this day right here. And it fucking makes me so mad every day because I'm sitting there doing my makeup. I was a makeup artist. And so, like, that's, you know, I'm particular with things. I'm doing my eyebrows and it fucks up all the time over here because of this scar. And it reminds me every day that I had to go through that. And the reason I say I had to go through that is because I feel like it was just a lesson I had to learn in life. Because now today I can look back at that and be like, you went through all that because now you're a strong ass fucking person. I can tell all my stories to all these people, which is why I have my Unleashed group. And that's why it happened. I'm not going to sit there and have a fucking pity party and be like, boo-hoo me, I went through this and that, because so does everybody fucking else, right? So I went through all that. I ended up going through that relationship, and thank God that ended. Because, of course, it got me to my next one. Whole nother person who decided to cheat on me, rape me, physically abuse me. And just by the way, even if you're with someone and you fucking say no, it means fucking no, right? Rape is rape. Went through all that. Got cheated on with a prostitute. I mean, all kinds of shit in that relationship. It was so much fun. And it was an actual marriage. I mean, it was something that I thought that, you know, I had to be a wife at that time and looking for love, craving attention, the wrong kind of love. And I went through all that. And we finally ended up getting a divorce, thank God. And I went down a very bad spiral of a really bad drug addiction and alcohol addiction. Woke up in some places that I had no idea how I got in there. I woke up and was like, who the fuck is that? Where the fuck am I? What is happening? So many times. Like, honestly, I get shocked that I'm still here to this day sometimes. And went through all of that. And so I finally got done with all of it. And I got to a point in life where I was like, you know what? I have to stop pitying over this and being mad at myself over this because this shit happened. And either I can wallow in this and just be like, you know what? I'm just going to be like this for the rest of my life, or I'm going to get over it. I'm going to get stronger. I'm going to tell my story to help other women and men. It happens. And that's it. And I did. And I decided one day, like, I got in the gym, got on a diet, went through all this stuff, and I got a lot fucking better. I cried myself to sleep so many fucking nights. And that one day I woke up, I was like, damn, I feel good. I didn't cry myself to sleep last night. Because after everything I went through, I'm finally over it. I had to go through the whole childhood trauma with my dad and crave that attention from men because I just wanted a father figure that it led to all that other shit. And it's wild that you, like, put all that together later on. And so for me, love is hard because you go through so many different seasons of it, I guess you could say. And I'm very glad that I don't want to say I'm glad that I went through it because, I mean, that's hard stuff, but I'm glad that I was able to go through it and get through it so I can be here still today to tell this story to some people. I'm keeping it short because I was not prepared for this. But
You showed up.
but, you know, love's just, it's very hard, you know, and it starts, all of us have the same story. We've all gone through the same thing. I was very lucky enough to, I moved to Memphis. So I'm from Louisiana. We have hurricanes all the fucking time. Katrina really broke us. And I ended up moving to Memphis for that. And I started dating someone. And he actually brought me to dinner to meet all of his friends. And I sat across from him. And it was. And it was funny because he was with the girl he told y'all about earlier that he got married to, and she cheated on him with the baby and all that kind of stuff. She's hated me since day one. She's a bitch. I'll admit it. She was terrible. But, you know, we sat across from each other, and, like, I find it funny that when y'all were saying, you know, love at first sight, like, I do believe in that because from that moment on, we became best friends. And we hung out from, God, that was what, 2010, I think, all the way until 2016. I used to come to Memphis and visit him all the time with my ex-husband and sit there and hang out with him and leave my ex-husband for him and all that. And it was one of those things, like, I knew in the back of my mind that he was the one I was supposed to be with. So I do believe in love at first sight. Like, I feel like that was there. Sorry, I'm rambling now too. But, you know, love was just so hard for me. And I think for the longest time, even after, you know, in between my breakups and stuff, he'd come and be like, hey, let's go do this. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Because I was just too scared of it, you know. I was looking for love in the wrong places. And he was that guy that I actually wanted. and I just knew better. I not knew better. I just knew that that wasn't where I was at the time. I knew if I went to him at that time, we would not be where we are today. We are here together. We're married. It's been almost 6 years. We have a beautiful little girl. You know, I wouldn't be here with him if it wasn't for all of that and going through everything that I did. I also look at Lottie, like it breaks my heart because I'm like, man, you know, I went through so much shit, and I will do everything fucking possible in this world to where she will never have to have any of those feelings. She will never have to go through what I did. Like, I will make fucking sure of it. I will burn this world down if I have to. And, you know, that's a whole nother side of love. It's completely different than, you know, the love that I have for him and the things that we do and all that. So love for me, man, it's hard. It's everything I've been through, it has made it so much harder for me to love as much as I should. And I thank God every day that I finally get to love as much as I want to, because I now have him in my life, and we've gotten to go through everything we did, and we went through it together, you know, and it's just gotten us so far now. Yeah, we quick little funny story. We were so my dad, rest in peace again. He actually, so my mom and my dad stayed together for a while. My dad was a terrible person. My mom was super scared of him, and she was just like, I'm just going to stick it out for my kids. And later on in 2016, they were getting a divorce. I'm getting my divorce. And me and my mom like, fuck yeah, we're moving in together. Like, we're just, you know, we're going to figure this shit out together. Well, we're in Memphis, and I called him, and I was like, hey, you know, my mom is actually getting a divorce, and we need some help. We need lawyers and things like that. He's like, yeah. So we all met up at Hooters to have a conversation about it, and he was going to give us some information. And I got drunk, and I slipped and said, well, with my divorce, blah, blah, blah. And he immediately just turned to me, and he's like, what'd you just say? And I was like, fuck. And so my mom left, our other friends left, and we stayed and started talking. And he actually was like, you need to go back to your husband, and you need to make sure that this is what needs to be done. You need to be done. And I did. I went back to him, and we tried everything again, and it did not fucking work. And as soon as I came back and told him that, and he was like, bet, and that was it. We've been together since then. So I know that's kind of a lot of rambling, but love, it's a beautiful thing, but it's a hard thing. It's a subject that I get emotional about because I love so hard, even though it's so hard for me, if that makes sense. I look at my daughter and I'm like, man, how did I produce such a beautiful little girl that loves this world, loves everything around? Soon as she saw this shop tonight, she was like, Robbie and Donna. Like, she was so excited, you know, like she just loves everything and everybody. And I'm like, that's such a beautiful thing. And I'm like, man, I hope that never leaves her, because I knew what I had to grow up with and like what I had to go through, and I don't want her to ever, and I will not let her. I know he won't either. Like, you know, so, you know, my dad passed away 2 years ago next month, and I don't think we ever really got closure. We got like a, you know, love you, man. I wish that, you know, things could have been better. And it sucked because, I mean, after so long of trying so hard to get him to finally be like, hey, Heather, I love you, I still never officially got that. I get those, like, you know, and this sounds kind of stupid, like the sweetheart love you, like those half-ass kind of love yous, and you're just like, man, like, can you not just be like, Heather, I love you? Like, I never got those. So, like, it's been a tough situation to, even though my dad's gone now, and I can never even get anything back from that and figure it out with them. So, like, it, you know, and that's still a constant thing, but I know he does. I mean, I know he does. Like, that man, he fucking still bothers me to this day. Like, I swear, yeah, you can come to our house. He's fucking thrown a hairbrush across the room because he's always bitched at me about my hair everywhere, like all kinds of stuff. Like, he still bothers me, but, you know, it's just one of those things. So love's just tough, but it's so much fun when you can finally get through the things that you had such a hard time finding yourself and finding your true love with yourself. Once you get to all that and you can, like I did that morning, I'll never forget it. I woke up and I was like, man, I can finally fucking love myself because I'm finally fucking done with all of this. And that was probably one of the greatest moments of my life because it was able to let me get to the next chapter. So sorry that's rambling, but that's my little take on love. So
And I just want to let you know, Heather, I love you.
I love you too. Y'all, actually, you and Donna were the first people I met here. Moving here to Melbourne, and I was just like, man, I love them so much. I'm so excited. I was like, everything's so great here, and y'all gave me like a really good outlook. Moving here.
That's cool because like you guys moving here was like, oh wow, there are some people that I'd be interested in getting to know that are moving here. So love you, baby. So I am going to open the floor to anyone that has a deadline that needs to get the fuck out of here. Ashley Wood, she's ready. Come on, baby. Little Miss Ashley, baby firecracker ass. How about that? So, my little story about Ashley is she came up here one night through Chad, and man, she was a powerful little motherfucker. And I was like, all right, that's the homie. And then she accidentally became a regular speaker as well, and then minorly chickened out for a moment, and then now is back ready to do the thing. Little Miss Ashley.
Okay. So this is a story of having a dad that did all the right things and loved me endlessly and still picking the wrong motherfuckers. Love is a very touchy subject for me. What the fuck is that? I found myself over the years giving a lot of love to a lot of people who probably did not fucking deserve it. In the moment. Looking back on it, I was the person assigned to give them that fucking love because they needed it. And because I had it. My dad loved me so much that I loved myself so much. To this day, I get told by friends that I probably love myself a little bit too much. Because I will literally figure you out real quick and be like, yep, nope, this isn't for me. Fuck this shit. I love people, though. And I'll love people. So I always had this idea of who I wanted to be with, what I went for. I knew what I wanted. I know what I liked. Until my child's father came into my life, and he was complete fucking opposite of everything I've told to be with, thought I was going to be with, just completely different. And I have spent 12 years loving a person and having to love myself enough to walk away from a person and be able to stand here today and say, even though I can't fucking stand him sometimes, I still love the man with all my heart. And I always will. And I hope he hears that. I hope he knows that. And I feel like love has transformed in my life in such a way that I have given so much out to people who have taken and taken and taken and ran and loved themselves and left me to pick myself back up. And I always have. I'm resilient as fuck. You are not going to steal my love for myself away from me. Promise you that. Fuck you. Exactly. I'm going to love myself. Fuck you. So I think because of that, God has given me the greatest gift in the fucking world. And to any man in my life from this point forward, if that ever fucking happens, I do too. I really fucking do. And I will stand here and tell every fucking dude I've ever had in my life, I still love all you motherfuckers. I do. I still love all of you. A lot of you I probably wouldn't speak to ever again, but I got love for you. And I can have love from you way the fuck down here in Florida. Okay? So, and like I said, I think because I have spent a majority of my life giving away my love to people and have proven that I'm resilient and I'm still going to continue to love myself so much that one of my favorite rappers, Kevin Gates, has a line, "You will never love me like my daughter loves me." My daughter adores me, and I know this because people tell me so. And I know this because I see her face when I'm able to show her some really cool shit and experience life with her and show her what life should be like, what life wasn't like for me because my mom didn't fucking love me like that. I'm able to give a love to a little girl that I never got. My mom didn't give me that love. And one of the greatest gifts I've ever had is be able to give that love to Amelia. And Amelia is my life. And she adores me. And she loves me. And that's my unconditional love. And I am beyond fucking grateful for that. And any man will ever, even if I find one to spend the rest of my life with, will never, ever fucking compare to that love. She's the greatest. And, yeah, and like I said, I've spent many years having to learn to love myself more than other people because I would love people to the detriment of myself. I would fucking throw myself in the ground to love someone else. And I've had to learn over the years that, that's not how you're supposed to love people. That you don't need to prove yourself like that to people. You can't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. Don't love someone else more than you. And that's really all I got to say tonight. I gotta go home to my kid.
So, thank you once again for a beautifully colorful and compelling story of love from one of the darkest places. Because you and I have similar relationships with love. It gets dark, so we got to stay bright. We got to light our own path and help others remember that the light's there. So, absolutely. The love that wasn't given to people around us is the love that we picked up. So thank you for speaking. I always love hearing you talk. I always love seeing you. Greg, you ready? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me? All right. We got Mr. Greg Woolley. I met this man in a what was that called? A sweat lodge. He became my brother that day, and I cried on him a lot. And yeah, we became friends. Mr. Greg Woolley.
Holy shit. Isn't that a funny thing? You know, we say that so often, but holy shit. You know, it's what stuff grows from. Yeah, it absolutely is. It's what stuff grows from. You know, all the shit that we go through. You know, I sit here today, you know, sober, somewhat sane for the most part. And you know, if you know, from all the diagnosis, I was dying from diagnoses. I had a lot of diagnoses over the years. I was broken in so many ways. In the rooms of recovery, we have a saying that, you know, when you're here, we'll love you until you love yourself. You know, and that's true. That's true. We will love you until you love yourself. But some of the rest of that truth would be, to me, is that by me loving you until you love yourself, I'm actually loving you until I can love myself. And that I was thinking about that as the talks were going on, is that love that Robbie's given away, it isn't because of you, it's because of me, because I have to learn how to love myself, and it's only by loving you unconditionally that it returns again to me that I can love myself unconditionally. And I think that's the beautiful thing. And I think that's the thing about holy shit. When I think about holy shit, I think about, I think about God, when I think about the holy, and when I think about God, I can't think about, about love is God, God is love. And that was one of my mantras that I did for a while, that I would kind of repeat that in my head, because I didn't love myself. I was an abused kid. I hated myself. I tried to kill myself sometimes. My self-hatred took me all the way to the asylum, to the crisis unit, to all this stuff, to all the addictions and all that stuff. And but at the end, today I'm able to love deeper than I ever thought I could. To love my son. My son's here with me tonight. Again, he's back there hiding with the sunglasses on, so I won't make him cry. I'm wearing my dad's shirt tonight. I didn't plan it that way. My dad passed away 2 years ago, and my dad didn't know how to love. And it was hard on me, because I'm love. Can anybody repeat that? I am love. Because if you don't know that, I'm here to remind you, you are love, and you're supposed to remember. That's what we all do through this human narrative, I think, is that we're here to remind each other that it isn't something that we're going to do, something that we're, that some act, I'm going to love Abel, I'm going to love Robbie, I'm going to love you. The whole thing is that before that story that somebody started to tell you that you're not good enough, you're not worthy enough, that you have to do something to become that love. You are love. You were love. And we forgot. If you go into the Course in Miracles, it says it's either love or illusion. And we live that illusion all the time, trying to find our way back. And I'm just grateful for the moments that veil can be lifted, and that illusion can be dropped, and I can remember that I am love, and that I don't have to do anything to be that I can just forget all that pain, forget all my past, and then thank God I'm free at last, right? And I'm just really grateful to be here tonight. I've known Robbie for, it seems like a lifetime, but it really hasn't been that long. We sat and we cried together, we healed together, and if you haven't got the opportunity to do some of the wacky, wonderful stuff that we've done, the Sweat Lodge, the way through, going through the way through, I kind of felt like I had this time whenever I was having a really hard time, and I pulled over a cop, and all this stuff was going on, and I was about in the middle of a breakdown, and I was driving my truck, and I was doing about 90 miles an hour, and I slammed on the brakes, and it made flat spots on my tires. And if you never had flat spots on your tires, you're kind of going along like this, right? And you're driving like this all the time now because you got flat spots on your tires. And one of the things that I learned through the way through, the way through was I was really afraid of my anger, and me and Robbie talked about this a little bit. I was really, really afraid of my anger, because I was an abused kid, and I was like one drink and pissed off, looking for a place to happen, and bad stuff would happen with my anger. So I was really, really afraid of my anger. And so when Sergeant Dave back there was doing some of the stuff, I was like, no, I don't do anger. You don't understand. I don't do anger. And I was like really afraid of anger, but I was not emotionally whole, because I wouldn't face my angry side, and I really, really felt that I was not emotionally whole because I repressed that anger for so long. And I've been trying to figure out this emotional well-being for, I've been sober for 33 years now, and I've been trying to figure this stuff out for a long, long time, and I don't know that I'll ever figure it out completely, but I think that we get a little closer in a little time. It's like peeling that onion. You got to do a lot of crying whenever you're peeling that onion. The layers come a little bit off, a little bit off. And then, yeah, right, it is, right? And then we get to the center, and we found that there was never nothing there to begin with. I'm all there, I'm all there. There was never anything in the center anyhow. It was all It was always there. You're already there. So I was looking for the perfect poem tonight, of course, because I am Greg the Mad Poet. I'm not angry. I am M-A-D, mad about making a difference. So I have a poem, but I don't know if it's the perfect one or not. And I'll just leave you with that, and then I'll shut up. But I'm really, really glad to be here. I'm really glad I came. Really glad I brought Cody over to meet some of you guys, and hopefully we'll be doing some wonderful, wacky stuff with my people. Whenever my first time over here to the Melbourne Spiritual Soup that I think is so sweet, I said, you guys really put the we in weird, and I'm so glad I found you. And so this is, I don't name my poems. I usually want them to be named by whoever reads them, and you figure out what the name is supposed to be. If love was a verb, what would love do? I can't read with my glasses on because I'm getting old. If love was a verb, what would love do? Would love keep loving until you knew love loved you? Would love tear down the wall? Love would tear down the dam? Love would take away the pain that kept you from your I am. If love was a noun, I think love would go pro. Love would get personal to let all persons know. There's an I in love's image that love had in mind. That love looks like just like you. And love would love you to find your personal pronoun. Your ye, he, she, me, or me as an expression of love. You're an expression of love that love needs to see. I pray every adjective love would use to describe would remind you to love and that you belong in love's tribe. And I'm grateful that you guys are part of my love tribe. Thank you, Robbie.
Glad to have you. So that is someone who is helping me heal my love relationships around the word brother. So yeah, that's usually when people call me brother, it scares me, but Greg helped me work through that some. So yep, that's it. So you ready? Yeah. All right, so this is a really cool relationship that happened out of nowhere. Yeah, we like wedding crashed this dude's tattoo convention. Well, these folks tattoo conventions, but this specific man is the one that I'm looking at for talking to. I had a really nice tattooer hit me up. He's like, "Hey man, I got space in my booth," and I was like, "Oh man, I guess I'll come down and check out the show." Then I crashed my other homie's booth, and it was weird because from the second you came up, I was like, all right, this dude's kind of cool. Then you started talking, and I was like, oh, he's a weird fucking old dude that uses fucking slang and shit from my time. And, like, that's cool because I'm usually the only guy in that fucking group that's like that. Then I realized we was kindred spirits. But, yeah, like, we messaged their convention page on Instagram to see, like, you know, if I could just come down and, like, crash the show a little bit. You know, maybe do some judging on some convention award shits. And they never got back to me. So I was like, oh, fuck. So I had to look past my imposter syndrome and be like, well, I got homies down there, so let me just go down there. Then they welcomed us with open arms. And I fell in love with a human named Tyler, who we connected real deeply. He wore a pink shirt one day, and we giggled and smiled about it. He told me that it might have been on purpose. It might not have been. And now we're trying to figure out how exactly we're going to change the world together. Him and his business partner, Ashley, have a really cool nonprofit called Access Arts. And I'm glad Greg's here because we're talking about doing things at the school that Greg's attached to help some kids learn, or help some grown-ups, or help some anyone's learn some self-love through art therapy, whatever the fuck changing the world looks like. That's what we're trying to do together. So my man Tyler Foss.
My name's Tyler. I did not know I was going to be speaking here. I kind of did when I got here, but I didn't know when I came up here.
The second you got scared is when you knew you were speaking.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, so everything Robbie said is spot on. It's not often that you just kind of click with somebody, and I think the word I said was jit. Jit was the word. And Robbie, being very good about his inner dialogue becoming his outer dialogue, just kind of cut me off like, you just said jit, I like that, or something like that. And I was like, okay, I like this guy because I don't have much of a filter either. But, you know, in all seriousness, we talked about the human condition, the human narrative. We talked about some of our darknesses and some of the shit we've been through, and it's not very often for me that I meet a stranger and just get wide open like that. But it was serendipitous, is that the word?
That's a good one.
And it was organic. And, you know, I'm in a place in my life now where when the universe presents things that are fluid like that, I pursue them because it's where I'm supposed to be. So that's why I drove an hour and a half up here for this shindig that I knew nothing about with all of you people who I don't know. And I'm grateful to be here. So, but as far as the whole love thing, like a lot of great things have been said. It was about 10 years ago, I was in a place where love was not part of my existence. I had no self-love. I was in a really dark place, and I was always against that like hurting people thing. I was always an advocate for breaking the cycle and not letting something done to me allow me the excuse to perpetuate that on someone else. And all that stuff went out the window. And I was an instrument of chaos and destruction. And it got really hard to come back from that. But luckily, I came to the realization that I had to get real serious about doing some forgiving. I had to forgive some people in order to forgive myself. And once I got through the forgiveness, I could start building up the love for myself again. So, you know, there's a lot of been talked about love, but like love is an action word is kind of what I want to talk about. Like, how do you bring love to the world on a daily basis, you know? So when I start my day in the morning, it's like I do my meditations. I pray to who I pray to. You pray who do you pray to. I'm not all like religious and anything, but I do believe in some kind of center and source and harmony. And I just look for the guidance to bring harmony to the world. And I never know what that's going to look like. It could be a stranger at the gas station. It could be running into this Yahoo at the tattoo convention. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the cool thing is I tore 3 ligaments in my knee 5 days prior to the convention, so I was running around on a little rented scooter, so he and I were like the 2 crippled guys there. It was great. And that's a horrible word. I didn't mean it like that, but Jesus Christ. I'm a piece of shit on camera now. Like, we were the guys with afflictions at the event, right?
You know what I call people with 2 legs and leg problems? Pussy.
I was a pussy. Well, now put that in the mic. I'm so sorry. Jesus,
I'm a terrible person too.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm such a piece of trash right now. Anyway, I don't know. The long and short of it is like I do have a lot of darkness that I could tap into, and if I feed that, that's what comes out, and that's the opposite of love today. Because I know how to go that route. I know how to burn things down, like you like to say. I know how to be an instrument of destruction and chaos. And at the end of the day, that's just my way of not getting over resentment and not getting over fear and hurting and wanting someone else around me to suffer as a result. And I just don't want to live like that anymore, because you know who gets the biggest grunt of that at the end of it all is me. So, you know, I'm 43 years old and I'm learning how to live like a big boy, and just try to pack harmony into the world. You know, not feed that darkness. And I do have the ability. Like, if you need some righteous darkness, I got you too.
Robin Hood this
I mean, ski mask all day. I've done it before, but I'm on camera saying this. Sorry. Whoop. And you said my last name. I'm screwed. That's Ross with an R. Yeah. Yeah. No. But I mean, ultimately, like, you know, love is, it's just trying to find harmony, and I can't do that letting my head and that sick side of my darkness telling me I have nothing to offer. I don't need to come up here and be around people I don't know. God forbid Robbie's going to ask me to speak. I'm going to be embarrassed, and I don't want to do that. Like I'm limiting my ability to grow if I act like that. And the truth is like those thoughts I've identified, that's that darkness telling me lies about myself that aren't true. Well, thank you. So I don't know. I'm grateful to be here. Nice to meet all of you people I've hardly met. And let go of your fear. Forgive somebody so you can love yourself. That's all I got.
Donna just said maybe. You let me know when you're ready if that happens. Oh yeah. So Donna has a maybe. This is the human that is probably the most responsible for me still being alive over the last 6 years. So this is a very special night for me because Donna does not like to get up and speak. She's usually the annoying kid at the back of the class talking shit. She's usually the annoying one fucking being like, oh, it's their turn to speak. But she don't ever want to get up. She's one of Bebe kids. But she is good at it. So this is my business partner, my handler, my partner in crime, the love of my life, the mother of my child, and the mother of most people that she knows. Shit, she's my mom sometimes. The love of my life. Some call her Donna Jean. Some call her Sunshine Black. I call her that stupid bitch that loves me a whole lot. My baby mama, Donna Jean. And fiance.
Well, like, you know how this works. All of you guys have spoke before. So, like, people are speaking. You're like, all right, cool. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. All right, I got this. And then as soon as you started talking about me, I was like, oh, I don't know where it all just went. It's gone. We're trying to find it again. I still hate this fucking light. This light is still too goddamn bright. Yeah, I hate it. It's terrible. You should see the smile on his face. I forgot where I was gonna begin, and that's the hard part. Well, I was gonna, like, I don't know if I was gonna start with a joke or if I was gonna explain something and then throw my joke in there, so we're gonna wing it. Okay, well, love. All right. It's about love, and I can sit up here right now and say I absolutely fucking love myself. I love who I am. I love the way I love. I love myself. I don't know if I always loved myself. Looking back, I probably didn't always love myself. I grew up in a really toxic environment, as most of us have. I have a lot of childhood trauma. That childhood trauma fucked me up for a while, for sure. Who here has ever been personally victimized by a fuck boy? Probably all of us, or a fuck girl, you know, right? I feel like I feel like a lot of my life growing up, once I started, you know, dating people, anyone who fucking showed me any type of affection or said they loved me or whatever, I was just like, all right, yeah, cool. And, you know, we fucked and then that was it, you know. And I lived a long time like that, and I'm pretty sure I hated myself for it because I was like, oh, I'm so dumb, I did it again. And then I would do it again and again and again, and I'm like, okay, these people don't fucking love me. I need to fucking stop. And then I didn't. But that was a long period of my life, and I don't think I loved myself back then. But I eventually found this book called, it's 1 and 2. It was either Hardcore Zen or Sit Down and Shut Up. It's by an author, Brad Warner, who was in a punk rock band, and he turned Buddhist monk. And that book absolutely changed my life because I was a shitty person because I wasn't getting love. And the times I thought I was getting love, I was actually fucking getting used and abused even more. And I would also treat people like shit because of it, or whatever the fuck it was. I was a shitty person. So when I discovered those books, I really leaned into treating people right, and I leaned really hard into apologizing for all the wrongs I had ever done. And it took a few years to go through everyone that I needed to apologize to, and I ended up doing it, and there was I guess this is all part of the story. So there was 2 people left that I knew that I hurt that I never got to apologize to. And they were 2 kids who had Down syndrome. And when I was it was like first, second grade, I made fun of them with everybody else. And at this time of me apologizing to everyone and refining myself, I was doing this thing where I was going to prom with kids who couldn't find prom dates. I was like a year out of high school. So like I was still in that age where it wasn't fucking creepy. But I had giant titties, I had tattoos, so I was like, where's the nerdy kids at? Like, let me make them look like the coolest fucking kid in school. And I did. Like, I looked like, if you guys ever seen the movie The Girl Next Door, where they bring like the porn stars to prom, like that was me essentially. And one of the proms I went to, those 2 kids were there. And it was fucking amazing because I was able to go up to them and be like, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but we were in first grade together. And I said terrible things about you guys. I made fun of you guys. And like, I apologized to them and they were like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And then I ended up like basically ditching my prom date for half the night to fucking dance with these 2. But I basically made all like the nerdy kids at that prom feel like they were fucking on cloud 9 that night because all the cool kids were there and they were like, oh, what's up with this girl? And like trying to dance with me. And I'd be like, get away from me. These are my friends. But I don't know where I was going with that, honestly. But yeah, I did. I loved prom. I don't know why. It's so weird. I was, yeah. No. Yeah. So they were triple Ds. I naturally had triple Ds, and then when I met Robbie, I went bigger. And then I'm going bigger again soon. But so that was my journey of finding who I really am and loving myself by treating everyone around me really great. And you know, ever since I was a little kid, like I had always wanted to be a wife and a mom. Because I knew I had so much love in me to give. And I'm going to try not to cry. Last time I talked about this, I cried in fucking Fargo, North Dakota. Fucking Fargo. So I forget what age I was, but I had always been having like really serious pains going on, and doctors after doctors, them calling me a junkie even though I didn't fucking do drugs at that time, whatever. Finally found out I had endometriosis. They told me that I could not have kids, and the only chance I have at having kids is to get a sperm donor within like a couple months after my surgery that I had. Otherwise, it'll never happen. Well, and then I discovered cocaine because I was like, well, I don't give a fuck about life anymore because I obviously can't have kids. So fuck it, drugs, fun, blah, blah, blah. And then I met Robbie. And it was a tattoo convention in Baltimore, and our first conversation was about close your ears. It was about dicks, and that was it. We fell in love. Buff Zach's over here breaking seats. And not me. Man, if it would have been me, I would have left.
Well, you know, like that's such a fucking big fat kid win for me when the buff guy in the room breaks a chair and not the fat guy. I'm like, yes! Yes!
You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, you're fine. You got a new seat. You're good. You're Gucci. Yeah. So I met Robbie at a tattoo convention and like whatever. We just had like a funny conversation about like tattoo dicks, like whatever. And yeah. So yeah. Okay, what it was is I would always booth next to this guy, and everyone would always grab the big dick. And I would always be like, well, that's not fair. Little dicks need love, too. Like, it's not fair that nobody touches this one. So I'd always go over and, like, grab it, you know?
And I knew she was a lover of the cripples. So I was like, oh, she's going to want me.
So a couple months later, I post what Robbie likes to call a thirst trap. And I posted on Facebook, I could really use some snuggles right now.
Is that not a fucking thirst trap? Thank you. Thank you.
And all these fucking dudes commented, and I'm like, no, nasty. Yeah. And then Robbie commented and was like, oh, cuddles are the best. And I was like, yeah, they are, because that's a harmless comment. I'm just agreeing. He was the only person who wasn't like, oh, let's Netflix and chill. So soon, yeah, bro, as soon as I was like, yeah, cuddles are great, slid in the DMs real fucking quick. And was like, he was like, we should cuddle sometime soon at a convention. And I was like, maybe. I was like, maybe, we'll see. And then like, we're just like, you know, chit-chatting. And what it was for me is he was like, hey, I'm about to leave work. Do you want to talk on the phone? And if you've dated in the past 10 years, people don't fucking talk on the phone anymore. So that's a big deal. And I was like, you want to talk on the phone? Okay. I'm like, okay. Hell yeah. So the first few months of us like talking, or like month, it really wasn't that long, was just, yeah, I don't know. It was just very long phone calls. Like he would try to go to bed. He would try to go to bed and be like, oh, I have to wake up for the gym in the morning and I have to talk to my friend on the phone. And I'd be like, are you sure? And then he'd be like, oh, no, I can stay on the phone. It's okay. So then we decided, you know, because you don't shit where you eat. So, like, I want to be in the tattoo industry. So, like, I'm not going to go around and, like, fuck all the tattooers and shit. I'm not trying to make him the fucking reason why I can't work in this industry anymore. So I was like, well, let's have a trial run. I was like, we probably have an expiration date of a month. We probably won't go further than that, right? So camping was like the first date, right? Yeah. It was camping in the Wildwood. Oh, I'm getting a cramp. The only vacations my family ever took was to a campgrounds in Upper Black Eddy, which was like 45 minutes from where we lived. We'd sleep in tents. You know, it was the only bonding time we ever got. And so he was coming down, and I was like, well, I'm living in Granny's basement. Like, we don't really have heat, and, you know, it's concrete floors, concrete walls. I'm not going to bring him here, right? So I was like, oh, that's all right. I got bread. Like, I'll rent this fucking cabin at the campgrounds, and, like, he can come out. It'll be great. Like, I can test the waters before I buy them, you know? Well, so the night before, so I go and I drop, it was like $2,000, and like I dropped that down on like the camper. I drop it on the camper, and the night before he's supposed to leave, he's like, my son just broke up with his girlfriend. Like, he's coming with me to Pennsylvania now. Like, we're not going to be able to see each other. And I was like, absolutely the fuck not. I was like, I just put all this money down on this camper. A, I'm not going to it by my fucking self, and I'm not going to let that money go to waste. Like, we're fucking hanging out. Like, fuck you. And,
My son's 17. I'm treating it like he's like 4. He can't see you with me. Like,
so, I didn't realize this was going to turn into, like, me and Robbie's whole love story. So I'm going to try to speed it up. We'll see how that goes. So they're, like, on the way there, and, like, Jaden tells them, like, oh, no, we got back together. I just wanted to come with you. So then Robbie's like, well, all right, I don't know what we're going to do, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, no, I want to hang out with Donna. You know, Jaden did. So Robbie was like, all right. He's like, I guess we're doing this. So that weekend was cool. So, like, we all met at the campgrounds or a restaurant, whatever, and then the campground. And then I dropped Robbie off at the tattoo shop, and Robbie thought Jaden was going to go with him to work. And Jaden was like, no, like, I want to hang out with Donna. And I was like, all right, cool. I was like, this kid's cool. And I was like, what do you want to do? Like, what do you like? He's like, oh, I like video games and basketball. And I was like, oh, like, there's not a TV in the camper. And I was like, all right. So I was like, let's go to Walmart and rent one. And he's like, what do you mean rent one? And I was like, yeah, you just go buy one and return it when you're done. And you rent it, you know? So I took his son to Walmart, and I rented a TV, and I bought a basketball. And me and Jaden played video games. Like, I hadn't played video games in a while. He kicked my ass, even though I talk a lot of shit. And then he taught me how to play basketball, and we hung out, like, all fucking day. And then, like, and this little fucker. So during that day, I fell in love with Jaden. And I was like, honestly, I think I fell in love with Jaden first. And, like, he is a big reason why I fell in love with you. Because how great. Don't you fucking, you're a scumbag. Because how great of a kid he was. So then this little fucker, we're about to go pick him up from the fucking tattoo shop. And, like, if you've ever been camping, you know there's a fire ring, right? Yeah, it's dark out. That's fine. Open your fucking eyes. This kid trips over the fucking fire ring. And I'm like, oh, no. He has a little cut on his leg. So I take him in the trailer. He's 17, but he's, like, acting like he's a baby who got, like, a little cut. So I'm, like, wiping it with the stuff. I put a bandage on it. Like, I'm like, you're okay. Like, I help him to the car. Like, everything's great. Then we get to the tattoo shop, and Robbie's like, oh, what happened to your leg? And he's like, oh, well, she pushed me. And I was like, great. I was like, this fucking kid. I was like, that's it. That's the end of our relationship. It's never going to happen. They still make fun of me today for pushing him. But then, you know, we enjoyed our weekend together. And at the end of it, when I was dropping them off and, like, going back home because I had work, like, I started crying. And I was like, oh, this is fucking weird. I just fell in love with this fucking... I was like, I just fell in love with this dude and his kid, and, like, I see myself in their lives, and, like, I love this image that I have in my mind for it, and I'm like, well, I just ruined it by crying like a dumbass bitch. So, you know, whatever happens, like, and then he continues to hit me up, and I'm like, all right, cool, awesome, saved. Then we have a trial tattoo convention to make sure, like, okay, we like each other, but can we get along with our circle of friends? And that went really well. Despite, like, some dumb hoe trying to, like, be fucking weird, and then me having to lay my dick out and be like, fuck you. Oh, yeah, yeah. Whatever. So then that went really good. He came to my house, my granny's house, afterwards. She was very excited to meet him because she watched him on TV. She knew who he was before I did. And he kept trying to leave. And he'd be like, oh, I got to get home to Jaden, you know. And I'd be like, oh, well, just, like, call him. And he would call him, and he'd be like, nah, Dad, I'm good. You can stay. Like, no worries. So, like, a day turned into, like, 3 weeks of him not leaving my grandmother's basement in a row home in Philadelphia. It was gross. It was nasty. It sucked. But somehow he fucking stayed. Yeah, they're weird as fuck. So then he finally left. After he left, like, a week went by, and he's like, yeah, just, like, move here. Let's do this. And I was like, all right. So, Yeah, so then I quit both my jobs, packed up everything I owned into my Ford Fusion, and I left for bumfuck Indiana. And yeah, halfway there, he broke up with me, and he's like, this is a bad idea. I don't think you should do this. And, you know, when you're on the phone with someone and you just fucking start driving. Well, my first speeding ticket ever was on the PA Turnpike because Robbie broke up with me. And, but I made it to Indiana, and when I got there, it was nighttime. And I panicked, and I was like, holy shit, like, I really don't know this dude. Like, there's cornfields everywhere. Like, I seen Children of the Corn. Like, what if he's gonna actually, like, fucking murder me? Like, what if this was all a ploy to kill me? What the fuck? This is terrifying. I have nobody here. I don't know anyone here. Like, holy shit, did I just fuck up? And I was like, well, here we go. And then, like, I got there, and he had, like, White Castle and flowers for me because I had never had White Castle. And, like, it was cool. It was rad. Yeah. 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 So then, you know, you heard about how we moved on the road and stuff like that. The hospital happened. And then, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, you know me. Even though he was like, I don't want any more kids. I don't want marriage. I would always be like, oh, put a ring on it. Oh, I want a baby. And then somehow, like, he was like, fuck it, let's do it. So, yeah, yeah. So then I went to the gynecologist here, and, you know, I was like, yeah, like, you need an annual, blah, 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 all the jazz. And she's like, are you trying to get pregnant? And I was like, I have endometriosis, but, like, I'm not preventing it because I would love for it to happen. We're just leaving it up to the universe to decide. And she was like, oh, well, tell me about him. And I was like, oh, well, he's, you know, 40. And she was like, oh, does he smoke weed? And I was like, yeah, a whole lot. And she was like, oh, yeah. She was like, that'll never happen because his age and because he smokes weed, there's no way he'll be able to get you pregnant. Well, I was already pregnant. I was probably like 3 days pregnant at the time. And, yeah. Yeah, it was beautiful. Had a really hard pregnancy. We had a lot of bad shit go down at the tattoo shop. And then fucking pregnancy hormones on top of it. Like, it was shit for a while. Yeah, crypto was sick. But, you know, I finally got my baby, which was awesome. And then, oh, the best is Robbie was like, we are not co-sleeping at all. We're not going to do it. Within fucking 20 minutes of him being born, they're co-sleeping together. But sometimes. So I've never felt more loved than the moment I gave birth. I thought Robbie was going to marry me that moment. Like, I have never, the look in his eye, like, I thought he was going to ask me to be his wife right then and there because, like, he loved me so much in that moment. Like, we cried. It was crazy. It was beautiful. And then, man, I had so many more points to make, and now I'm just going on the story. So then, you know, he asked me to marry him. And, of course, I said, yeah. Oh, yeah, Moana was our favorite movie. He custom designed it. And when it comes to needing to love yourself before you love someone else, I can see it to an extent, right? But I also don't really buy into that because I really think you can 100% fucking love someone else before you love yourself. I go in and out of loving myself, you know. I feel like we all do. Like, I fucking love who I am. I love myself. But there's days where I'm like, I fucking hate everything. I suck. I'm lazy, this, that, and the other, you know. But I have been full of so much love my whole fucking life. Even when I was a piece of shit, I was still so full of love for, like, the worst fucking people in the world. But I definitely think you can love others before you love yourself. And I think loving others definitely helps you learn how to love yourself as well. For sure. And, I mean, thanks, dog. And, I forgot all about my joke, but, I'm living proof that you can turn a hoe into a housewife. I love you.
And it's a very fun ride. So that was a magical thing to have Donna get up and speak without being forced to. It is getting late, so I am opening up the floor to anyone else who is ready. We love you. Thank you. I don't even know how to say your last names anymore. All right, Poirier. Fucking love it. Love you guys. Thank you so much. And we're going to connect and talk about things. Love you too. Yes. So, I love these little introductions because I met Colin yesterday. So I said, hey, man, why don't you come here tomorrow? And he's like, well, I don't live around here. Let me see if I can sleep at my friend's house. So he did. And he's here. And so now Colin is going to share his story of love.
So I just want to open by saying that you guys have made me really love this city, and I hate the fact that I have to go home tonight. In fact, I just told my friend, since he took 6 hours to get back to me, that he's waiting another 20 minutes. But originally I was going to talk about my tattoo and the story behind that because it means a lot to me. I don't know how to explain it, but essentially what happened is I had planned to get a tattoo forever, and I've loved skulls, I've loved the Grim Reaper, I've loved, all that edgy shit. But it's, I can show it off, but it's got a rose in its right eyeball because I had woken up and people that I thought didn't care about me, people who I thought, had I died mind you, they did say they were throwing me in a dumpster had I died, preferable to federal prison, I hear. But it made me realize that a lot of the times when I feel hated by people, it's because they've never felt the need to tell me that I do mean a lot to them. I come from a family where my mother told me the minute I turned 18, not told, I was to get the fuck out of the house and never turn back. I am still turning out of the house and never looking the fuck back. And my dad, who I thought we were getting along, he rejected that. Well, he rejected me. But that's not the story I want to tell tonight. My friend, heaven forbid, set me up with this girl, and things were rough. But I felt lonely because he had to go and hang out with his friends down here. So I called her. And I beat around the bush. I didn't want to immediately open up with, hey, everyone's telling me that I need to stop talking to you, that you're bad for me, and that I should just block you. I asked her how her day was, asked her what she was up to. She was supposed to move down here in September, but to my absolute heartbreak, she's going to continue with college, and I would prefer she goes to college and gets the life that she needs rather than come down here and screw around with me when the most I want to do is pick up a wrench and bang around an engine. So she kind of opened my eyes up again to the fact that yes, people care about me, but I need to sometimes understand that what feels right, and it doesn't matter what people tell me. I called her mostly because I wanted to know, is she fucking with me or is she being real? We both have the same issues. Her parents aren't really there for her. She's an alcoholic, just like me, and we both cry ourselves to sleep a lot of the night. So to be able to open up with someone who understands exactly what I'm going through when I've always kind of had to explain it and it's always been a similar experience. It's never been, I've got the whole checklist of problems and I'm amazed that yours matches with mine. It feels like a once in a dream kind of thing. I'm really grateful that we had that honest moment, because even though she rejected me, I did feel loved, more as a friend than anything else, and that's what I was really looking for in times like these. Hopefully she picks up later today, because I wanna thank her for encouraging me to come out here, to open up, meet new people, to really just rethink what I want to do. I'm still not sure of it. I just know that instead of walking around and making plans, I need to do what feels right. I couldn't do that, and this feels right to me, being able to get up here and talk, not knowing really what I want to say next. Thank you guys for hosting this, for inviting me out, seeing a whole new world where there are people like me. There are people who... Yes, sir.
We're all human.
We all are, and I need to be reminded of that. It was fun being able to meet all of you. Some of you I still don't know your names. It's definitely been a while since I've been able to get out, go into a place that I've never been before, people that I've never seen, try new things, 90 miles away from home. Hell, I don't know if I'm going anything on the highway but over 100, so that's going to be a fun ride. Pray Nirvana doesn't come on. But that was my quick little blurb. Again, thank you guys, and my one prayer these days is that I can come back and be able to enjoy this again.
And you have a community. Yes, sir. You have a community of people here, even if it is a little bit farther away from home.
Far away from home is the best place I want to be.
There you go. Fuck yeah. Thank you for sharing, Colin. Appreciate you, brother. All right, so this is cool. I always love how the night goes, and it whittles down, and it gets less crazy. And tonight, the AC was ready to go. Shit, but what's that? So I saw Mika first. So, and because I know Mika and she's ready to use her voice, I want her to do that now. When I met Mika, it was at the Way Through workshop. And it's very brilliant to know that you're here to share your story, because your major breakthrough of the weekend was learning how to use your voice and seeing such a cute little thing scream "fuck you" really loud. Over and over again. It was beautiful. So now my little friend Mika Joy gets to come up and share her story.
I felt I haven't been able to use my voice at all in public, in a group setting. This is my first time speaking from my heart. I wrote something out, so I'm just going to read that. Just breathe, right? Okay. I don't even think I wrote that in there. I had chronic depression for most of my life, up until a few years ago. It's hard for me to share this, but here I am, sharing. I always thought this was normal to feel down and sad, even apathetic at times. Navigating life, not understanding why you feel a certain way. Always just fighting with myself inside. I would have periods of motivation, yet that was from the outside. Doing things to please my parents, what they would want for me, so they could be proud of me. Like my self-worth and self-esteem only mattered when I accomplished something. That was all I knew, to do things and be good at them. Failure wasn't much of an option, yet that is when I found the greatest gifts. I don't believe we ever fail at things when we can reflect back and see what we learn and the lessons gained from them. Those times of perceived failure have been the periods that have shaped me to be accepting of myself, no matter what the circumstances had been. I didn't know I was giving myself bits of love back then. I had relationships in the past where my partners would show me my worth, provide encouragement, tell me to love myself, yet how do you do that when you don't know how? Seeing and feeling they love me, mirroring that for them with them, yet for my own self to love myself was not an easy thing to do or be with. My family are not huggers. They do not talk about anything vulnerable or emotional. My siblings deflect a lot with humor. I was taught to not show emotion, express how I feel. I always felt clamped down, like my words didn't matter, and after being that way for so long, it was difficult to emote and say the things I wanted to say. In my family, the way to show love was through material things, yet that doesn't matter to me. Nice things are nice to have. There isn't anything wrong with that. Yet when it all comes down to it, I want meaningful connections with other people, sharing in each other's lives, caring and showing compassion for the planet. It just wasn't modeled for me. I found love with the pets I've had over the years. They have been my family. At times when they had gotten sick, I even took them to specialists. People would say, why would I do that, spend so much money on them? Because I actually felt love for them and cared about them. My cats would provide me with unconditional love. They somehow knew to just shower me with love. I've had thoughts of suicide in the past. I even had a short bout in a psych hospital stay when I hit my rock bottom and drank myself to that state. I no longer have thoughts of suicide. In the past, it was something to be shameful of. I've not been able to share this with many people in my life because of the judgments and stigma that it brings. People may think you have gone crazy, yet you sometimes have to go crazy in society's terms to come out of the other side and see what it is you had to experience and gain the knowledge from. When you feel so much despair, you can't think straight. From the outside, my life looked ideal, yet you never know what anyone is going through. I didn't want to feel the uncomfortable, horrible, sad feelings that would show up. I didn't want to be with them. I just kept drinking them away and numbing myself. I didn't know feeling my feelings and expressing them was the answer. I realize now as much love as I wanted from the outside world, from my parents, especially my mom, I was also running from it in a self-destructive way. I was pushing people away until I was left with no one to check in with or check up on me. What is so crazy about love, though? All you have to do is open your heart. How hard is that? It's hard when you've had your guard up with armor and even a protective shield and don't know how to open up anymore, like you couldn't trust anymore. Even if it's a sliver of a crack, to let love in. When my cat turned 19, she got very sick. She was the longest daily interactive relationship I've had in my life, nearly 19 years together. Over that year, I wanted her to have a quality life and not suffer. The last month she was alive, when I'd be doing dishes, she'd come to about 5 feet from me, stand there on the floor, and look me in the eyes. She was communicating to me, checking in, asking me if I'd be all right without her. I could see it in her expression. That last day, I knew I needed to call the visiting vet to help her pass, yet deep down, I didn't want to do anything wrong if it wasn't her time, yet I felt it was. I communicated with her that it was okay for her to go, and we'd see each other again somewhere in the ethers. I got a photo album out I had saved when she was a kitten and photos of her over the years. We reminisced while I showed her the photos. After I closed the photo album, she passed on her own. It was a beautiful gift she provided me with. That was the first time I felt alone in the world. Not lonely, but alone. No one I needed to take care of, was responsible for, no one to check up on, no one to check in with. I wasn't working at the time, and I could have disappeared and no one would have known until a lot of time had passed. I felt a lot of sadness and grief during that period of time. That was when I really connected in with God, Source, the Divine. I would have experiences in meditation or out in the physical world where visions or beings would come to me. They'd just show up, sharing their messages. Some told me I was ready now. The love is inside myself and all around me, and that I am whole and complete as I am. There's nothing to fix, just be with and be the being I came here to be. They told me I had just forgotten. The presence of God gave me a warm hug one time when I felt so down. The beings never gave me a pep talk. It was more of a holding the space, thanking me for grieving all the things over the last few years, showing me I'm always supported, just connect in, and they're like a phone call away. I cried nearly every day for hours, for months, until it no longer needed to be let out. During that period of time, I felt anything that showed up, no matter what I was doing. I would go to the grocery store and felt tears come. I'd let it, then go on my way and continue shopping. I'd scream at the top of my lungs in the car if I felt anger arise. One day I even yodeled while driving, and I've never done that before. I allowed whatever my body wanted to express and feel and transmute the energy. It was a very healing period of my life. It allowed me to sit with so much I had bottled up inside, lifetimes of shit and stagnant energy that needed to be released. It also was a period of my life where I was able to finally love that little girl who has always wanted the love from me. I started to learn to mother her, giving her compassion and care and meeting her needs. Through loving that little girl and all the other aspects of myself, embracing and welcoming anything that would have normally pushed aside or numb away, I sat with. It allowed me to get quiet, create the space inside, to show aspects of myself that wanted to be revealed and not dismiss any part of myself anymore. This has allowed me to see a part of me in everyone I meet. It has become a daily practice to check in with myself. I rarely feel down anymore, and if I do, it's okay too. I allow whatever I'm experiencing to happen. Even in a professional setting that I currently work in, when I feel a sensation come up, I breathe with it and welcome it. If someone says something that goes straight to my heart, I allow myself to feel it and feel the gift of love, the connection made. When something unpleasant occurs, I let the energy move through me and not clamp down or hold on to it. I check in continuously throughout the day and try to stay as present as I can. I've made it a daily practice, and in turn, it's allowed me to be myself more and more. whatever this version happens to be at the moment, not denying or suppressing being myself. This has been my journey with love, understanding and feeling there are many ways to love, self-acceptance and acceptance of others, embracing what happens in life, having the grace and compassion for myself and others in situations that arise, allowing myself to be loving and be loved from others, continuously opening my heart to let love flow in.
Man, that just brings me so much joy. Just seeing that you were able to do that. You know, you were strong enough to do that. You almost got me to break down a little bit there. That fucking got me, man. Whew. So, Abel, you said you're going next, right? I did want to mention Kathleen. Where are you? There you are. I totally forgot you were one of our new regular speakers. So, so, right. I love it. Well, so Abel is a wonderful human that just popped up in my life on a street in downtown Melbourne one day, and then started popping up on my social media, and then started popping up here. And I love you, and you're a beautiful human, and I'm so glad to see the good you put in the world. So Abel owns a tattoo shop down the road called Self Care Trifecta. Very congruent with what we do here. You know, love yourself, love each other, and help the world heal. So, ladies and gentlemen, Abel Buskirk.
Hi, everybody. I'll make it quick. My name's Abel. So nice to be here again. Thank you, Robbie. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, cute camera guy who makes me look 10 pounds lighter. So when I was thinking about the prompt love, it brought 3 words to my mind: loss, love, and gratitude. I feel like I wasn't able to truly and authentically love something without having an experience of loss. And I didn't know what gratitude was until I lost something and learned how to love it. And I feel like we don't know how to love unless we've lost before. And I know, and I didn't even do that on shrooms. Fuck. Mom, I was sober, dude. And that's just been on my mind for this past month now. And I've had moments of just gratitude for the things that I've lost. I've been homeless. I'm almost 7 years sober in November. I'm female to male transgender. I've, hated my body for so long, and now I just embrace it and dress it up in whatever the fuck it wants to be in. And I love it, and I'm fabulous, and you guys are fabulous. And tonight was a little difficult because I feel like the energy has been a little bizarre around us lately. And I feel like I had to tell a message to someone in here that don't worry about the bill. Don't worry about the kid with the attitude. Don't worry about the possible divorce, because all of those things in totality don't matter. There's so much more to life, and the support. I mean, look at us. We have been here supporting each other for hours and holding space for each other and witnessing the joy and miracles that we've all experienced is so beautiful. I remember several times in my life when I did want to end it, and it felt so easy to end it. But this is definitely a day that I'm grateful for. I'm happy to be here. I just turned 29 a couple weeks ago, yay. And I'll be married for a year in a couple weeks. So I'm excited for that. I'm excited for my sweetheart. So I'm married to a Marine. Can you fucking believe it? And she's my sweetheart. That's my sweet pea. We've been together over 4 years. And she is pretty much like Laura Croft, and I'm like the fucking tooth fairy. And so it's quite cute when you see us together. And I'm just thankful for her. She met me, and I had one bleached eyebrow because I thought that was cool. And I had a bleached, like, semi-mohawk thing, and I was balding at the time, so I had, like, 7 fucking hairs. And I had combat boots, and I always wear crop tops, like Winnie the Pooh. Literally. I'm wearing yellow, too. And I'm just thankful. It's nice to be loved where I'm at. And through her, I've learned how to love people where they're at in all of the stages that they've gone through. And myself, even more. I have more gratitude for the days that come than worry and stress. Okay, well, tomorrow I have this. Well, you know what? I get to wake up again. I get to see the little, I have so many succulents, and my wife fucking hates it, but I love it. It's my project, okay? And it's a miracle to see a little petal. It's a miracle to water it and see it grow. Because with it growing, I'm growing, and we're all growing. And I love life, and I really am the tooth fairy. I'm fucking broke, though, so don't expect no money under your pillows, okay? But thank you for having me here, and I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
So you remind me that magic really does exist, right? Because you embrace it so much. I have a hard time remembering that, even though I teach that shit. For money. Yo. So, Big John with the big voice. All right, speak into the microphone because we're recording and we need that. No, I know he doesn't, but for the recording's sake. All right. Actually, so I met John through this, and we cried together, and we fell in love, and we realized we married the same person. Except
We're
you.
actually the same person ourselves.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, same dude, same story, just different pages.
When you said your story today, I was actually thought I was sitting in the chair myself.
Last time when you told yours, I was like that.
So, I'm a little different than most of the talks today. I did actually have a beautiful childhood. I was one of 4 children. My mom and dad are still married and alive. I thought, like some of you, I was going to marry my dream wife and be married for the rest of my life, just like my parents. Didn't have any other thoughts other than that happening. I love the idea of love, and I've always said that I've loved the idea of love because I love seeing people in love and just the actions of what love happens. And I don't even know if any of that makes any sense, but I love love, and that's love, I think. I met my wife when I was 11 years old. I left my wife when I was 12 years old. Not on purpose, and it wasn't up to me either way. My dad got out of the Navy when I was 11 years old. We lived in San Diego, California. We had an amazing life. Every summer we drove to Massachusetts in a motorhome. Took about 3 weeks to get there. We spent 2 weeks there, and it took 3 weeks to get back. And it didn't really take 3 weeks. We just made it take 3 weeks because we stopped at every KOA we could find and or whatever we could do, the special rock that looks like a frog in Pennsylvania. We stopped by that thing. We did all kinds of stuff as a family. And I thought being a Dickinson, ooh, you didn't say my last name, I did, meant something. I really thought being who I was meant something. And then my family just seemed to disintegrate slowly, one at a time. Other than my parents, which is kind of strange, but however that works out, that works out. Back to the love story. When my dad retired in the Navy, we moved to Connecticut for 1 year to live with my aunt and uncle. Now there's 6 of us in the house and 3 adults because my dad's still in California trying to find a job. We spent the school year in Connecticut. The neighbor of my aunt and uncle's was the Dubays, and one of them was Monica, 11 years old, glasses, about 4 foot tall maybe. For some reason, her and I there was a lot of kids in the neighborhood, but you wouldn't know it when we got there because we were outside and there was no other kids outside. I'm like, what the hell's going on around here? So we started playing a game ourselves, the 4 of us. We called it Over the Line. It's baseball. You can only hit a certain section of the ball field. If you hit it away from that ball field, it's a foul ball. You have to hit it where people are or you're out. And before you know it, people started coming out there. Other kids were coming out like, where did you come from? Oh, down the street, like 3 houses. And all of a sudden, there was 20 of us out there, and every day we would go out there and we would play. I thought that's how it was after we left. Well, I never knew the truth until, what was I, 40? 12? So 28 years later, I get a phone call, and it's Monica, and she wants to know how I'm doing. I'm not doing well. I just got separated from the wife I thought I was going to be living with for the rest of my life. And it was a separation that was a little peculiar. I was actually at work, and I thought everything was fine in our relationship. We had 2 beautiful kids. We had a house. We had a pool. We had 2 cars. We both had jobs. I got home, and it looked like we had been robbed. There's stuff missing, but all my stuff is still here. My stuff's worth something. Oh, they didn't steal my shit. I'm mad, you know. Urgh. Hairs on the back of my neck. Maybe there's somebody still here. I'm scared. I'm mad. Looking around, and the kid's stuff's gone, and her stuff's gone. I finally put it together, kind of, and I called her. I said, what's going on? She's like, what do you mean? I said, what do you mean, what do I mean? What's going on? There's stuff missing. The kids are here. What's going on? Oh, we're almost to Virginia. What do you mean you're almost to Virginia? We left. We're not coming back. I was destroyed. Seriously destroyed. Before that happened, I drank beer, but I never drank beer at home. I know that sounds weird, but I never drank beer at home. I drank from work to home. 140 every night from work. We'd have parties, and of course I drank beer then, but during the week with the kids, I did not drink in front of them. I didn't want them to see all that stuff. I didn't want that to be part of their lives because I lived with my dad, but anyways, it's a totally different story. Anyways, so now the family's gone. I'm destroyed. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm crying every night, and I am drinking 30, 40 beers a night. I don't give a shit. I quit my job. I lost my house. I lost my car. I lost everything. And I get a phone call. It's Monica. She's like, how you doing? I'm not doing too good. I told you the whole story. She asked me what was going on. I told her, and then she said, can I come down and visit? Well, I don't know if you want to. She came down. And that 11-year-old was not an 11-year-old anymore. She was right at 40. And she was probably the most beautiful woman I had seen in a long time. I did not think so at first. In fact, the first 8 years of our relationship, new relationship, I tried to push her away as hard as I could. I was not happy. I didn't want nothing to do with her. We didn't, a little bit tough to say. In the first 7 or so years, I don't think I touched her but 3 or 4 times. I didn't want nothing to do with no more women. That's the 3rd woman that destroyed my life. And I didn't want anything left. I had never thought of suicide and still had not thought of suicide. But I felt like it was starting to creep in a little bit because life isn't supposed to be like this. I'm supposed to be happy with a wife and all this stuff. And it was just, so peculiar, so weird, so strange. And Monica's tenacity, Monica's patience, Monica's perseverance blows me away. She should never have stayed with me. I treated her like a piece of shit. So bad. I was disgusted with myself. I was disgusted with who I had become. I had 10 grand in the bank before I graduated high school. I was very interested in getting somewhere in life. I don't know what happened. I've obviously gotten somewhere, but not where I thought I wanted to be when I was 5 or 10 or whatever. But Monica, back to Monica, I don't know when or what happened, but all of a sudden, I could not take my eyes off of that beautiful woman. And I started to see the light. We actually, I guess some of it was, we started going to church. My daughter, even though they had left, I tried to make sure that they knew who I was. So every summer, I made sure that I got them. I drove up to Virginia, broke as fuck, picked up the kids and drove them back. She never met me halfway. She never gave me any chance to try to make this work. And I did it every summer religiously. I was going to make sure that they knew who I was. And now my daughter has 2 kids. My daughter has nothing to do with her mom. And she has come full circle, loving me like I knew that she would. It's just amazing because at 7 years old when she left me, and then now at 24 years old, what she learned from me being who I was, being the way I was, picking them up and making sure, even though she knew I didn't have the money for it, I didn't have anything for it. She realizes now what I did for them, and she's so pleased that I am her father, which makes me super duper happy. Monica, because of who she is, brought me from the depths of hell so that I can enjoy my 2 kids again. My son has autism. He lives with us. He's been with us since he's been 15. I got him back 10 years after he was taken from me. He is an amazing young man, and the people around me tell me of the wonderful things that I have done for my autistic son to make him as much of a person as he possibly can be in this society we call life. This thing, it's not nearly like I thought it was going to be. However, Monica's love really brought me back from the abyss of hell I didn't think I was coming back from. I didn't want nothing to do with nothing or anybody or anyone. And I, like you, had so much love to give, but nobody wanted it. I didn't understand how all this is supposed to work. But now, Monica and I have a very fruitful relationship. The love is, I've never felt this love before in my life. I thought I knew what love was before. I fought it for 8 years, and the last few years of my life have been incredible. We just got married last year, October, for the second time, because we did it in April also. But it's kind of fun. So I've officially been married 3 times, but only to 2 women. I love love again. I love life again. I love smiling again. Unfortunately, I still have this anger issue that I am fighting, I think stemming from my family falling apart and my wife doing what she did. I cannot be happy sometimes. I am the angriest person I know sometimes, and I want to rip people's faces off sometimes. And other times, when I see my friends that see me around, they know and they think that I'm the happiest person in the world. And generally I am, but sometimes I forget who said it, but you cross me, you mess me up, and you don't want to see the other side of this person. But I will say, and I think you said it to me, Rob, one time, that you always bring it back to love somehow, and I never knew that I did that on these speeches or these talks that I do. And when you said it was about love, I almost thought you were picking on me, making sure that I actually spoke this time. So I wanted to make sure I was here, and I wanted to talk earlier, but I almost didn't even talk at all because it's just a weird ass. This is just it's weird to get up and put your feelings out there, like. But then when I was listening, everybody's story was essentially the same story, you know, and that just blows me away. And I appreciate the time that you let me to be up here to let some of this out, and maybe I'll even be better for just letting some of this out of me, you know. So thanks again, Robbie, and I appreciate what you do for us, for everybody that's watching. It's just amazing, and I love it. I thank you very much. Thank you.
I appreciate you so much. Yeah, it's funny, like, every time anybody says, you know, they're scared to get up and they're scared to speak and it feels weird. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine if you fucking emceed these things and you did them from your studio that you're working in, trying to juggle all the things and people and client and, you know, give them your best and then give this thing a thing. And wow, yeah, I get it. So hearing everyone say how hard it is makes me feel good knowing that I'm not alone in that. Because I went through a lot of anger, stress, frustration, and fears before this one. And I thought I was rid of all that on Human Narrative Night. But, you know. Yeah. Shut up. So does that mean it's your time to talk now? So I met Kathleen at the Way Through workshop as well. She challenged me. I was like, fuck, you're not allowed to punch this lady. And then she showed me a mirror of myself, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, she's just telling me she knows me because she sees me, because we all did the same thing. So, Miss Kathleen Long.
You gotta love the man. So I'm going to start with something about depression and suicide place. I came to this planet and I didn't want to be here for a very, 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 very long time. And finally, the guy who bought the Way Through workshop work to Brevard County said to me, "Where do you live?" And I said, "Planet Earth." And he goes, "Yep." That's where you live. And he says it's about time in your life you start to ask questions about wanting to be here. What do you need to learn to want to be here? And I never thought of approaching it from that point of view before. So if you're in that place of feeling suicidal or all that kind of stuff, reach out until somebody can give you a new point of view to look at something from. They'll just say those magic words. You know, you talk about the guy that's trying to jump off the bridge all the time, and somebody comes along and just touches on the arm and says, "Get down from there." And God, how much work do people put in to drinking too much alcohol? And, you know, getting in fights on the street and getting bashed up. It's like, find fucking something better to do. Just find something fucking better to do. You know, I don't know, pour Gatorade over the top of your head. It's means you won the game, right? Whatever game that was you were playing. So, you know, I don't do it all the time. So that was one of the themes that was talked about tonight, was the depression side of you know, our lives. And then the topic tonight, when I heard the topic was going to be love, and I actually did this the other day. Scott, who's not here tonight, does reflexology on my feet every Thursday. And I went, as he was leaving, I says, "I'm going to show you exactly where I was standing when my second husband told me he loved me. And I walked over here, and I walked over here, and I'm like in the middle of the sidewalk, getting ready to leave the house. And he turns to me, and he says, I love you. And my response was, I don't the fuck know what that means. Because I didn't. You know, I had come out of a relationship. I thought I had an idea of what love was. You know, all the fairy tale stuff they teach you, all the definitions of being what your family wants you to be. That's where you get your validation. If you can please them and they validate who you are, then they love you. Screwy, backwards, upside. The only thing that happens if you guide yourself from that place that I know about is you don't the fuck know who you are. You don't know anything about yourself. You're just living yourself to be who other people want you to be. And that's what happened with my first husband. We were married for 19 years, and he came in the door on Thanksgiving, God bless his heart, and said to me, I'm gay, I'm leaving. So he was raised Catholic, he was in the Catholic Church, and it was all about, if I can put this show on for the rest of the world about who I'm supposed to be, everybody will like me. And that's when I learned the most about that deep, dark place that we all have. I could have picked up a gun and shot him if I'd had it. And it wasn't even about wanting to shoot him. It's just that I felt like I had been shot. And it was like, I'm going to die here. And so you stand up and you give it back. You give back that anger. You give it back to the rest of the world. And I'm going, well, I can't live in this place. This ain't no fun. So I got through it with this thought. I learned to be very grateful that I wasn't him. That I wasn't the one that had to tell somebody else that piece of information. You know, and I went, oh, shit, because I know it broke his heart. And it broke so hard. We had 3 children together. It broke their hearts. It broke all of our hearts. And he flipped out so bad, he ended up moving as far away from Florida as you can get, time zone-wise, which is Thailand. And just, you know, didn't talk to his kids, went into this place of shame and embarrassment about it all. And you know, and it was funny, before he left, he had met a guy, and we did a couple family things together at Christmas time before we actually left the States. And that guy gave me a ring. I didn't get a ring when I got married. That was not part of the budget and that kind of stuff. He gave me a ring, and I'm like, okay, I have this ring. What finger does it go on? Went on this finger, which is what I call the relationship finger. And I'm like, why the fuck is this ring on this finger? And these are the mystery answers that they don't teach you in school. And if you don't have some airy-fairy godmother that tells you this shit, and you don't, you don't know that it's put there because that's where the stone person wants to go, to give you this message. You don't know that kind of stuff because they don't teach it in, first grade 101. They just don't. So, what's that? Or at home. So I wore that ring for almost 13 years, and I'm sitting outside Sweat Lodge down in Malabar. I think that's the name of the place. But anyhow, and I'm like, I hear this little voice saying, today we're going to tell you what this ring is about. And they said, this is the relationship finger. And the man who gave me that ring was the first person that my first husband claimed the totality of himself with. He was in a place where he told the fucking truth. So this goes back to the concept of what is love. And love is that place where you no longer have to keep any secrets, where you feel safe. And when you come from a place of love, things quit being scary because it's truth. And as long as you're here on this planet, you're going to be alive until you die. So you're safe. But it's hard to believe that, and it's hard to remember that in parts of it. For those of you who have not done Sweat Lodge or Purification Lodge, it is a ceremony where you go inside a covered space, and you bring in stones and sweat and all this kind of stuff, and pray. You know, pray or meditate, some people would call it. Let go of your anger. Sometimes we scream at the top of our lungs in a lodge and things like that. So it's about, changing us out of funky head spaces. And the first one I went into, you come out and you're all sweaty, you can barely stand up because and I fell flat on the ground. And I'm like, this sucks. There should have been somebody here to catch me. That's what I thought, but there wasn't, because everybody else was catching somebody else at that moment. But you know who caught me? Pachamama, Mother Earth. She caught me. And I learned in that moment that I could not fall below her, and that she always will hold you up. And when it's your time to go, it's your time to go. But most of us don't die from being homeless. We think it's from being homeless, but it's really about not having food. It's like we just don't. And so those little illusions, and so when my second husband, he died from cancer at the very end of his life, I had to call in hospice, because that's what the fucking law says you have to do. You can't just let somebody, I needed help to handle the physical part of what was going on with him. However, if it had been just me and him, I would have taken him outside and put him under a tree. And the tree would have, he was bleeding and pooping and all that kind of stuff that, you have to clean up and make perfect. And there was a time when we all lived outside and we all lived in the woods. And we forget those things that we can learn out there. We forget to go there when we need to feel the love, and the love that we get from the animals that comes into our life. And when my first husband left me, I talked to you, and 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 everybody says, do this, do that. This will make you feel good. And I was in such a fucking state of confusion. I lived in Sebastian at the time, and the closest beach to there was the Wabasso Beach. I went across the causeway, and I just started walking on the beach over there, and I picked up a stone person and held it in my hand. And there's just something about, I forget who said it, your love, you are enough. Because that's what the stone was. The native indigenous tribes of the world talk about the stone people as being the record keepers of the earth. They tell the stories. And the whales are also considered keepers of the stories on the planet. So if somebody asked me for a simple, clear definition of the word love, to me love equals truth. It's the same thing as truth. Simple. Doesn't always sound pretty. It includes tears. It includes screaming. It includes yelling. It includes You know, if it's working right, it includes not letting yourself to be shut up. You know, I could be scared up here, but you know, you guys are not trying to kill me, and you all look like my friends, so I don't need to be scared right now. Yeah. Can you feel that? Can you feel that stillness in your heart? It just knows that we're all in love in this room. It's a beautiful thing, huh? Aho. Oh, and this is what you do if you don't have a husband. You find all these friends that have husbands, and you just borrow them for a few minutes every now and then, as long as you don't steal them.
Love is truth. That was awesome. Grandma Rose? All right. You ready? So I just met this wonderful woman tonight, and she was introduced to me as Grandma Rose. And
Actually, my name is Grandmother Rose Silvertree.
Great.
When I was given that name, I had silver hair.
All right, Grandmother Rose Silvertree. I love that.
I'm deeply rooted in this earth. Yeah.
I'm excited to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. Yeah. Most of the places I go anymore, I'm the oldest one there, except by maybe 1 year or the other. You know, I have my first guy I dated at 16 is 1 year older than me, and he goes to a group once a week with me. But anyhow, we talked about all kinds of stuff tonight. But for me, the most, I was so surprised at my reaction because I didn't know, hadn't been here before. Kathleen told me all about it, but it still didn't make much sense because I had not seen it happen. It's very similar to what we do in our women's circle, affiliated with the lodge and all that kind of stuff. And every one of you reminded me of something in my life. Didn't matter which one was speaking or what you were saying, it reminded me of something that happened in my life. Sometimes good, sometimes not so good, but things I worked through and I got past. But the best way to do it is to start at the beginning. I didn't want to be born either. But mine was because I knew what I was walking into. I knew what was going to happen. And the trauma started while I was still in the womb. And it lasted a long time. But when I was living it, I had no idea because I had split into two pieces. And the trauma part was over here, and my life was over here. So, and I didn't know that until I was in my 50s. I had no idea. I knew something was wrong, something wasn't right. And I was raised by I have a marvelous family. It's huge, huge family. My mom was an absolutely devout Christian woman who treated me the best she knew how. But she kept me in a situation without even knowing what she was doing that created lots and lots and lots of interesting experiences. But two things I learned as a very small child was, number one, forget. Forget. You don't have to remember anything if you don't want to. Put it away. Keep it secret. And everything, I was born in 1940. So at that time, everything was kept secret. Bad stuff was secret. Good stuff was fine, but bad stuff was secret. Wasn't talked, wasn't acknowledged, wasn't believed in. I had even a couple of times in my childhood asked for help, and I was told, "You're crazy. You're insane. Don't you ever speak that again." No, it's not true. Well, it is still. And for me, it's been a very interesting journey in that I learned a lot from my mother and learn to know that we all have spirit connection to the Creator. I call the Creator the great mystery because there's no explanation to it, but it's real. Whatever you want to call it, God, Allah, Muhammad, whatever you want to call it, I have no problem with that because it exists, and I know that because it's led me through life. If I had to come and have a life like I've had, I am grateful that I've walked through what I have in the way I have, because anytime I needed something, it would come sooner or later. I had to learn to recognize it when it came and to accept it and to take it in and learn from it and go on. And my journey to healing started at the end of my 40s, which is a typical, according to psychiatry, it's a typical time that it can happen. But at that time, I had studied Mahatma Gandhi somewhat, and he had a saying that somewhere in your life, you're going to realize you're not a self-made man or woman. You are a self-remade man or woman. You open up one day and say, and I did. I was a Mormon at the time, and I had come out of the temple after ceremony, and I was sitting in my car and realized, and the thought came to me, what do you believe? Not what they believe, what everybody's taught you, what other people have said you have to do or what you have to believe. And I looked inside myself. I didn't know what I believed. I had no idea. I had to figure it all out. I had to begin again at the beginning. And then my journey started, and I was led to everything that I needed. And sacred ceremony in that I had a counselor already, but then I went to a community that I still go to after about 25 or 30 years. And I was led to find out how to put all the bits and pieces of me back together, to put those two separate lives together, and to put it together. But the one thing that I've had a hard time with, and Kathleen reminded me of it a couple of weeks ago, and she said to somebody that we were talking to, she said, you know what, when I first met her, she hated men. I didn't know that. But the thing is, I didn't trust men. Yeah, I just thought that was normal, you know, and the secret was kept. I didn't know anybody else had trouble like I did, like in this group. I mean, we've all had trauma of one sort or the other, and I think that's extremely common at one time of life or the other. But I didn't know any of that. I didn't know anybody would even understand what I was saying or feeling. I had no idea that it happened to anybody else. But in the process of it all, I've discovered that. But for the rest of my life, the last probably 20 years, my goal has been to make friends with men, because men were not my friends and not good to me for the first 50 years of my life. Not every man that I ran into, or every man in my family, and women do things like that too. But when I came tonight, Kathleen had invited me before quite a few times over the year, but I've been going through a hard time with one of my children. He's dying of cancer. And I just got to where I felt to stay closer and closer and closer at home. I didn't want to go anywhere, but right now he's in the hospital with an emergency, but he'll come out and go into hospice in-house in the next couple of days. And tonight I needed to do something different I had not done before and not in a long time, and I needed to get out of my normal everyday life. So she invited me to come tonight, and I said, okay, I will. All right, I will. I didn't know what I was walking into. I really didn't understand. But you know what's been the most important thing for me tonight? I'm sitting in a room where I feel safe. I feel safe. With this room that was dominantly men in here, and yet I felt safe with every one of you. I don't think I've ever really felt it quite like that before. And it just, and so many memories came, and so many experiences came, good ones, you know, because I always get through everything. It always comes to resolution. But I don't know when, and I don't know how, but it always happens. And to go into ceremony and feel the feelings of that contact with the earth herself and with the great mystery and feel that validation and that power and that understanding. That's what we all are. That's why I held up my hand and said, I believe in love at first sight, because what I believe and what I see in each one of you is a sacred spirit. I may not like what you do, I may not like you or have anything to do with you, but I love you just the same. I can see that we're all worthy, we're all that's the way I see life. Now, not that I don't get upset and angry. Kathleen, I sometimes call her and say, will you please talk me down? Please talk me down. You know, and she can do it. She can do it for me because I'm in a situation where yeah, I'm learning how.
You're just the assistant, just watching it happen.
There you go. I'm learning how because I'm in a situation dealing with someone who I never applied the word of trigger, being triggered to myself. Well, I've learned I can be triggered. And when I am, it's kind of hard to release the trigger and put the gun down, you know, and not buy into all the stuff that goes on. But I'm getting there, and I can slow it down and change it and redirect it in a different way. Takes me a little bit of time sometimes, but I can do it, and it's getting better and easier, and I will keep working on that all my life.
You're a beautiful person, and I love you.
Thank you, and I love you too. Yes, very much. I have I had 4 sons. My oldest died from an explosion in an underground hermetically sealed lab in Belgium working with chemical weapons. He lived probably about a year and a half after, longer than anybody else did in that explosion. And he's been gone for 10 years. And now my number 3 son, my second one to pass, will go soon. Excuse me for this, but I hope he'll go soon because he's in a really rough place. But he had prostate cancer and it went into all the bones in his body and all the stuff that goes on with that. But he has a lady who loves him very much who is taking care of him in my home. And so coming tonight gave me a time in a safe place where I feel loved, I feel cared for, and I feel safe. For me to feel that safety, that, okay, I know, I'm okay, they're all okay. And if you don't mind, I would call you my grandchildren. and Kathleen is my best friend. And I'll share with you, I've buried a husband and a wife, both. So, anyhow. And I'll say what Kathleen said, and somebody else did too. When we finish with what we're saying, or we finish a prayer, or stuff like that, we say, aho. Because it means it's done, it's finished, it's good. Amen. But aho, just the same.
Grandmother Rose Silvertree. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. That was brilliant. That was beautiful. It was amazingly unexpected. Mm. Yep.
I forgot a very important part. Monica had to wait 40 years before she actually felt any kind of love, and it took me 8 years to actually make her feel love after she felt the love.
Congratulations. I don't know how you made it through that, but you're an amazing woman for being able to deal. So my little homie Sky in the back here, she's looking like it's time. Sky works the front desk at the studio. Sky has become a part of our family and our village. She helps us keep this place moving. We all help each other keep our children alive. And I'm excited to hear what you have to say. I need to run to the bathroom very quickly, but I promise I'll be back soon. I love you. And Sky is terrified of speaking in public, so here we are.
Yeah, she did. Okay, so if you know me, you know I'm a huge lover girl, like really, really, really big. It's kind of gross sometimes, but whatever. So the love that I've picked in the past has been absolutely terrible, and I really don't want to talk about that, so I'm not going to. I'm going to talk about the love that I'm in now, and the love that I've been in for a while, but it was a different type of love. My best friend, Don. He was my very first friend in Florida. I was very stubborn, and I was new to class, and I was like, I'm not talking to anybody. And I sat in the very back, and he turns around, and he makes me take my headphones out. And he introduces himself, and I'm like, oh God, okay, I'm Sky. And then it went to, do you smoke? Yeah. You want to smoke after school? Yeah. And then after that, we were besties. Everybody thought that we were dating. We were like, no, that's weird. You guys are weird. No. And here we are, 8 or 9 years later. It's always the best friend. It's always the best friend. We've both run into issues in our past relationships with our partners at the time, you know, not liking that we were so close and that we had such a great friendship. And we were always confused, like, why do you care? Why is it such a big deal? Yeah, they did. So love is beautiful. I absolutely love it. It's hard. It's really hard, and sometimes it feels gross and like you want to throw up and you want to shake and be sweaty like I am now because I have to speak in front of people. But it's beautiful, and I couldn't thank Dawn enough for being such an amazing person and significant other to me in my life right now, and being such a huge support system to me no matter what. I love you, and thank you for that. Also, Donna and Robbie, you guys are like my mom and dad. I love you guys so much, and thank you for, you know, helping me raise my babies and letting me know that it's okay to be a shitty mom sometimes, because, man, fuck these kids sometimes, okay? Fuck these kids, but I also love them to death, and I would burn this earth down for them so quickly. But I love you guys too, and thank you guys for such an amazing opportunity to know you and to love you and to be in your guys' life. I really appreciate you guys. And that's it.
Yeah, man. I met Sky through a client, and she was like, "She's so fucking amazing. I swear to God, you don't even fucking know." And she was a client of ours, and then the other lady was a client of ours, and then out of nowhere, Sky ended up helping us figure out how to put the shop back together after it started to fall apart. And now we're all just kind of putting our lives back together as one village, as one unit. So yeah, it's really cool to see where we're all going here. This is officially the longest human narrative we've ever had, with the largest crowd. I think my longest story, I think my fucking story was like an hour. And it was a very impactful evening. I'm still processing all of it, and it will take a while to do that. I know we have just a few people that haven't spoke, so if it is your time to speak, go on ahead and let us know. If it is not your time to speak, then still love you anyway. So we're going to do a little bit of a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. I knew I felt something going on, but I didn't expect it from you. Yeah, I did too. And they probably want to and need to, but you know.
Wait, come here. I need you here. Man, I had like, again, I'm like, oh, I got this whole thing in my head how I'm going to do things. And then like, it disappears. Well, anyways, I've been wanting to do this quite a few times. And I've been pondering over this for the last month or so. But I want to make it a point to show that I love you throughout our whole lives as often as possible. And originally, I was going to use one of the rings you bought, but then you threw one of them away. But will you marry me?
Piece of body jewelry. Just happens to perfectly fit. The jewel fell out of the other ring. Oh yeah.
You fucking better.
I think I did say yes. When you said I love you, and I was like, ugh, these eyes. You know, and the funny thing is that looks like a piece of jewelry I used to wear in my pee-pee.
I wanted to do it at Say Anything. I wanted to do it at Escape Fate. Like, I've wanted to do it so many times, and I've talked myself out of it because I'm like, no, that's corny. And then as soon as we were like, oh, the next human narrative's love, I'm like, oh, that's perfect. And then I was like, all right, maybe. I went back and forth. And then that stone fell out of the ring because you had two rings, and I was like, this is perfect. I'm going to grab one of them. The stone fell out, you threw it away, and I was like, all right, that means I should do it. That's a sign. And then I'm sitting here, and I'm like, all right, fuck, am I going to do it? So I text these two, and I'm like, okay, is this corny? Should I do it? And they're like, fuck yes, do it. And then Sky, I told her she had to speak before I did it, or I wasn't going to do it, so I forced her into that one. But I want to make it a point to show you that I love you all of the time. And this is just the first of many proposals in our lifetime, because I'm just going to keep proposing to you when I feel the mood's right.
Well, that's good, because our first proposal sucked.
Yeah, so I'm just going to fucking milk it every time. I always propose to you. One day, Chuck will marry you because you're ordained. We're going to have like a fucking boxing match in between everyone who wants to marry us, or like have like a line of people say like each part.
So I just got engaged again, apparently. I'm really glad you waited for me to do it first, because if you would have sprung that on me and I hadn't done it first, I would have been pissed.
I was always going to do it. I was just, do it the Quaker way. Marry yourself. You don't have to have a minister.
Well, I am not against Quakers.
I will say that we are going to get married in Tulum. And because we love lots of people and everybody wants to come to the wedding because we love lots of people, the stipulation is I'm going to call everybody and ask them to pronounce Robbie's last name. And if they do it wrong, they are not invited to the wedding. So it's about to be my last name. Y'all better say it right.
So, yeah. You know, I almost just said it wrong just to fuck with you. So yeah, that's another thing to process. Zach was the first person to make me cry tonight. He's real good at that on these nights. I had a lot of resistance moving into this night. I think probably because of the topic. Probably because I knew it was going to be bigger than most. I had Man, there was like fucking 5 or 6 people that drove at least an hour and a half to be here tonight. One of them fucking dropped their kids off with my babysitter at the house. Left her husband at his tattoo shop with one of their kids, gave him dinner, and drove here from Daytona. I'm overwhelmed by the love that came in tonight. I've been having a hard time with life, as a number of people said tonight. There's this weird thing in the air, and it's hard. And love is the one thing that pulls me back into what it really is. You know, there's a lot of days where I get to do whatever I want, and then end up in the pool with my son and Donna. And it's a Tuesday afternoon, and we're just hanging out in the pool, and I can do that. I don't have to be at work. I don't have to be at work Tuesday through Saturday, 11 to 7, the way I did most of my life. I can like spend time with my family and like enjoy that love, because nobody ever fucking says, I wish I worked more, when they were on their deathbed. And I am really trying to run far away from the guy that worked so hard that's all he has. And the guy that worked so hard that he ran everybody off is probably who I was for a while. And now I've got this whole thing that we do here. I have this whole thing I do with the RAD movement. We're turning it into a nonprofit. It's a really weird and beautiful ride I've been on my whole life. But I'm known around the world for the craft that I invested in most of my life. People recognize me almost everywhere I go. It freaks me out because people honk at me all the time when I'm pumping gas. And I'm like, who the fuck was that? And then I'll get an Instagram message, I saw you at the gas station. And people get fucking excited just to see me at a gas station. I have people that come up to me and they can't speak because they're shaking. And they can't believe that they're there with me. I recently got the opportunity to fangirl on some people that I look up to super much because their music helped me not die a bunch. I get all these opportunities in life that former me, that young me, that other people would love to be a part of. And I have a very hard time remembering that love is what I need to make it all make sense. Because every accomplishment without the love and without the appreciation, without stopping and smelling the flowers, it's worthless. So remember that love is important. It is my center, and maybe you should center your life around it, even if it isn't your center. Love was the biggest turnout we've ever had for the human narrative. Couple human narratives, we had friends in from out of town on accident, but people literally fucking drove here tonight to be a part of this. And it happens every fucking time. There's people that drive from an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and we did this. We started this, and we're not stopping this. So I want to thank everyone that showed up tonight, everyone that tuned in tonight, everyone that spoke tonight, whether you're here or not still. It was a very overwhelming evening because I got really freaked out with all the motherfuckers that showed up. But I got to keep it together because I'm the guy that holds the microphone most, right? And that's part of how I prove to myself that I'm strong and I'm beautiful and I am love. You guys always tell me. Everybody always fucking tells me, except for the pieces of shit that hate themselves, and then they project their shit on me. And I listen to them more than I listen to the ones that tell me all the love, right? So, thank you. And I just want to thank everyone for being a part of the human narrative. I want to thank everyone that supports me, that supports us, that supports the tattoo studio, that supports each other, that anyone that just cares enough to give their love. Thank you for doing that, because love is important. And I see the effect my love has on people. Even if I don't want to give it, I know I have to, because that's part of my journey. I love you. And yeah, so thank you everyone that stuck around this long online. Thank you everyone that stuck around this long tonight. Ashley for leaving and coming back. And you're a good one. Kids your age coming to be part of stuff like this. This is stuff that helps you learn that it's okay to access your emotions. And the more you realize that it's okay to access your emotions at an early age, the less rocky your road may be. And I don't know how much sense that makes to you, if it makes any or if it makes a whole lot. You're an old soul, so I know you fucking get it. But yeah, the beauty that I saw in this room tonight was nothing short of magical. And every time we do these nights, I am so glad we have done them. Even if it feels like I'm gonna die leading up to it. Good thing is I'm real good at working under pressure, and I imagine y'all can be too. So the love for self, the love for each other, the love for the wholeness that you need to feel, that's important stuff, and you just need to keep doing, so that way the love can keep flowing. So if you're scared, do it. If you don't want to love, you should probably love. And if you don't love yourself, you deserve the love that you've been starved of. Because we've all got some wild stories, and even with a great childhood, you can still fucking have a weird relationship with love. So, I am Robbie Rapole. On behalf of Chad Talley, you need to speak? Get up here. We got one more. What's your name again, love? Amelia Clark, using her whole government. That's it. That's it. And how old are you? I am 9 years old. Damn. I thought you was like 13. You's a real grown up in this piece. I'm excited to hear what you have to say about love.
So, I am getting used to coming here. I really like it here. I like the community around me. And I express love all the time. And people give me love all the time. And it makes me happy. It makes me happy to know that there's still love in this cruel world sometimes that can be shared. That can be told, that can heal people, because there's not always a lot of love when you think about it. Sometimes you even think that there's not a lot of love, but sometimes you just have to dig down a little deeper to find what you're looking for, to find the right person, to find the right life. And I think that even through all these stories, all these past, we have to look to the future. And the future is going to be bright, and great.
Oh, I love this kid. Yeah, and so that's the joy of public speaking. Whew. I know you got to be proud right now. I know you got to be proud. That was some of the most profound 9-year-old shit I ever heard. You are truly an old soul, and yeah. Well, you know, who heals the healer? Other healers. Where do you find other healers? You just so happen to find you another healer that came out your womb. And you know, I had a lot of and I had a lot of guilt and shame around my oldest son teaching me so much. I hope you don't. Because I just hope you can experience and appreciate the magic. And seriously, Amelia, you are a phenomenal human. And I can't wait to see who you grow up to be and what kind of shit you make shake in this world. Because, like, you gonna break some doors down and you gonna make some differences. Yo. So, you know, people always tell me how great I am, and it's been really hard to receive the truth of that. I hope it doesn't take you that long to receive the truth of how great you are. And you're an amazing mom for exposing her to these things. And any of you parents out there that allow your kids to watch this shit, thank you. Thank you. Because I bought a book that made me cry, and it was a child's book. It says, I Am Enough. And as I'm on the phone with Donna, like, I called her like I found $300 or something on the ground, you know. I was like, there's this book, and it's called I'm Not Enough, I Am Enough. And I'm like, fuck. Well, we can teach our kids that they are enough. We can teach our kids that they're enough. And that's fucking brilliant. We can teach ourselves that we are enough. And Donna spoke like 10 times tonight, which is really brilliant to see because she's terrified of this shit and doesn't like doing it. And she's totally okay with having me be the only dancing monkey. Not anymore. So thank you once again. Do we have anyone else before we quit? We sure? Okay. Who you pointing to? You pointing to Donovan? The man who came here first time, ain't never did this before? You don't need to know nobody's name. Are you feeling like she's wrong? Or that's what the fuck we all do. So Donovan is the love of Sky's life at the moment. And I say at the moment because we never know where life goes, because I have a really weird relationship with love. I wish you guys nothing but the best in your love journey. And I really don't know much about the man, so I'm going to let him tell us about him. I'm so glad you came.
Thank you.
Yeah, the fact that you got one to come out and hang out this whole time, he might be.
I mean, have you seen her ass? Of course you have.
How's everybody doing? I'm Donovan. I don't do pretty good with speaking in front of people, but oof, my bad. It's a little bit nerve-wracking. Yeah, it is. You know, once you get up here, it's a lot harder. You know? Yeah.
Like, I can do that. Oh, shit.
Yeah. So the topic is love, and it's kind of hard to say what people haven't said before. But going off what I do know is Skylar was truly one of the closest people I've ever met when I came down here. I originally came from North Carolina, I was a military kid, came down here, and I didn't really do too well with making genuine friends. It was a bit of a struggle, and it's still a struggle to this day. We're trying to find people that are very honest and don't have any hidden motives for you, if that makes sense. And so she really, really does mean a lot to me for the simple fact that no matter what situation I was in, she never looked at me any kind of way or like judged me in any kind of way at all. And for that alone, I feel like I've learned a better understanding of what love is. It's been a struggle. Honestly, I didn't grow up learning properly like what love is or like how to receive it or how to properly give it out or even like how to properly communicate, to be honest. So she's taught me a lot and I've learned a lot through her, and she really means a lot to me, to be honest. Yeah, that's about it. Brain's running blank. I ain't gonna lie to everybody. It's a little bit more nerve-wracking than I thought.
It's all right. Well, guess what? We're all friends now.
Facts. Very, very true. Very true. But I thank you all for allowing me to come here. Truthfully, even though it is my first time, and it's very nice to hear like I'm not so alone with like how I feel about everything, and that people share similar situations and experiences as well. It's very comforting, honestly. Very, very comforting. But thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you for just. I know you knew nothing about this night, I'm sure. You know, these nights are fucking weird, man. There's no explanation that can explain to you what goes on in here. And you come when you're supposed to, and you show up when you're supposed to, and it really is. And we've got folks that show up every time. We got folks that just show up when it's time. And that's okay, because doing this regularly now for a year makes me realize, man, they gonna show up if you throw the party. You're not 13 anymore, and the cool kids aren't not showing up. Everybody that showed up here is a cool kid in my book. This was a fucking night, man. Yeah, the AC was struggling. Oh yeah, I seen Nicole steal your seat. I was like, I giggled to myself because I was like, dude, she came up here with her kids, left them with a stranger, and you better let her fucking take your seat. So you know, it's weird doing this because like this is my home. This is one of my safest places ever. I've been on the stage more in a tattoo room than anywhere else in my life, and I've performed more in that room than anywhere else in my life, and I've lived more in that room than anywhere else in my life, and I probably impacted more people in that room than anywhere else in my life. So the fact that I get to do this here in my home, a place that's got like memories all over the fucking walls, a place that's got memories inside of every one of the walls, and the fact that you guys can give me a different reason to have this place, because I've wanted to close this studio more times than I can count. Because what am I doing? Like, it's fucking hard to own a business and blah, 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 blah. And then things like this happen. It's like, all right, this is like the Church of Misfit Toys. You know? Right? And it's such a... I love that tickled the shit out of you so hard, Donna. So yeah, this is my home and this is my safe place, but like it's when we do these nights, it's a place that like the fact that it's my home and my safe place makes it okay to do it even though I don't want to. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you everyone for joining. The real MVP, Amelia. Thank you for dropping some of the most like real knowledge and science on all of us. At the age you are is brilliant. Keep leaning into the messages you receive. My dog. Yo, for real. Yeah, I feel weird. I can't receive this. Let's say something wild. I got you pegged, kiddo. I know you bees. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining us for the 1-year anniversary of the Human Narrative, celebrating love. And I am so glad to hear some of the bright spots and dark spots and weird spots and scary spots that love has to do with all of y'all. Thank you, Donna, for doing something that I didn't even, like, I'm still nowhere near processed. Like, you know, like I already did that knee thing, you know, like the fact that you did, I'm like, wait a second, this is really happening? You know, so weird, beautiful night. Thank you. The oldest, the largest crowd, the longest night, and marks the oldest age of the Human Narrative so far. So I feel like this is Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. This has ended like 5 times already, you know?
I'm pressing the stop button. He doesn't get to talk anymore. No, I'm like, you do know you're sitting in the west, right? You're sitting in the west. This is the direction of west. Which is the direction of what? Tell him, Rose. What direction is the west? What did she say?
She wants her tattoo station in the corner. And that's so funny that this has always been the side of the room that we do it in. Yeah. Don't even know why. So thank you, everyone. This is the last ending, the official ending of the 1-year anniversary of the Human Narrative. Love. We're rad and so are you. Thank you all so much for showing up. And I can't wait to invite you again to the next Human Narrative.